Good morning, SWTOR. I'm glad to have you with us today. It is June 18th. We're getting ready to wrap up, I think, this playthrough. We are definitely making some great progress. I think we're going to hit Corellia today from the looks of things, so I think that'll be pretty good. I did discover something while I was setting up the stream here. Want to share with you because I think you can always still find new things in the game, and that is all awesome. So I was just messing around with audio levels and doing a couple of things. So I was doing this attack over and over again, and not a big deal, right? It's just my area attack, nothing to think about it. And then I wanted to play with some different sounds, right? So I saw this attack, so I went ahead and did this attack. So this is they call it a proc. The idea is, this thing up here, searing wave damage increase. Let's go ahead and clear that off. So as you do certain attacks, those that put a stack of that up there, we do it again. I guess if we watch it, just reset it, but the stack of 2. Now if I hit this, it does extra damage, right? But then when I hit that, it procs this immolate down here. But watch his wrist. I found this very interesting. I actually thought it was a bug when I first saw it. So when we hit this one, this procs. But now there's a visual effect, on the character. And these are the things that, as a developer, oftentimes people may never notice. I've been playing this game for 10 years. I can't say I've ever noticed this, right? Like when you're fighting and in battle, you're not looking at that kind of stuff. But it is those subtle little things that make a difference. Now you'll notice that when it does proc out, it adds a little piece. So let's see. Let's dump off our. Would it be the gloves? Actually, we're an outfitter. Let's turn that off. And then we're going to take off his arm guard, take off his gloves. There we go. Alright, we're going to do this again. And you're going to notice that, so even when we do that attack, if you notice, look at his wrists, right? It adds these little elements, to the character model. It's kind of hard to see as he's spinning, but, it's added these little things. Then we hit this thing, it adds them back again. But now you're going to see added to his wrist, they've added this little glowy, because this is procced out on it. So again, not a huge deal, but it's just those little touches. Those little touches make the world feel alive. They make the game feel depth and complete and different things like that. So thought that was fun. Like I said, I was just messing around with audio and saw it, and at first I was going to talk about because I was like spamming this over and over and over again. It's like I thought I had actually glitched out the game, which does happen sometimes as well. All right, let's get ourselves back to our normal look and feel. So that's the outfitter. If you haven't seen the outfitter, it allows you to have a visual representation of your gear and now weapons. They added this in the latest expansion, as opposed to the actual gear that you're wearing. So this is what the gear I'm actually wearing looks like. Nothing wrong with it. But if you do want a visual style, you can turn these on. This one is broken. This is the Forager Set, and it's got this model anchor point problem. It doesn't happen on all characters. I think this body model it has some issues with. The smaller ones it doesn't, which is a little bit weird. Okay, so what are we going to do during this stream? We're going to go ahead and get ourselves started. We're going to get rolling, but first, before we get started, what we stream for. This is a stream for a group called Extra Life. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat. And if you look down in the description, there's a link there. Extra Life is a charity organization that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. So all your money goes directly to them. I personally, you can select a local hospital. I play for Phoenix Children's Hospital. So far, we are doing quite well. We're at 829. So we're closing in on that $1,000 mark, which is very impressive. Thank you to everybody who has donated. So far, that includes Yule, a couple Facebook donors, Aaron, Jody, Lori, Darth Hitton multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at least that I'm looking at. We've got David and Jason. Maddie just donated yesterday, so thank you for all those donations. The Walling family hit me up last week. Definitely appreciate it, and I thank you all very much. We'll see if we can push up to that 1,000 mark today. We'll see how things go. All right, where did we leave off? We left off, we had finished up on Voss, and then we got a message. We watched through some of this, but we escaped out of it. Let's go ahead and continue the story. We're going to go visit a ship, and then I think most likely directly to Corellia. And Corellia is the last planet in the individual stories. Ilum comes after that. Let's see what happens.
My subordinates tell me that you dealt with the privateer and the Kawati woman.
So I'll take this as an opportunity. On this character, I ran Twitter polls, and he goes after credits, goes after contracts. He doesn't break his word. Typical bounty hunter type of stuff. I don't see anything crazy there. So.
There's nothing keeping the plan from moving forward.
Good. The campaign on Raban is coming to a close. I will direct my forces towards a full-scale assault on Corellia. Rendezvous with my flagship, the Tyrant, in Raban's outsystem.
Alright, that will most likely just be some story elements. I don't foresee that being a thing, so let's go ahead, head to the Tyrant. And if you look out the front window, you'll see hyperspace. This isn't a view that you see very often if you're just quick traveling around the galaxy. And then you come out.
I am Captain Evelyn, commanding officer of the Tyrant. You are Darth Tormund's bounty hunter?
It doesn't sound good. We'll go anti-imperial.
I don't answer to Tormund, or you.
Then consider this an urgent request. Republic Special Forces slipped on board during our troop withdrawal. They've completely overrun the command decks. It won't be long before we lose the bridge. If you act quickly, we might be able to turn things around.
Oh, number 3.
Let's get more specific about my pay.
You'll get whatever I can give you. But not if we lose this ship. The board has initiated a complete lockdown, trapping our defenders and the subdecks. I need you to undo their tampering. With their overrides disabled, we can unseal the lock decks from the bridge, so Darth Tormund and his soldiers can retake control.
Give me the where and how.
I'm transmitting the location of the ship's network junctions. Restore the systems and we can handle the rest. I've opened the docking bays and disabled our weapons. You can make a safe landing if you hurry. The window of opportunity is...
Oh, I don't think he's going to make it.
Now or never.
If we're going to land, we better do it before the boarders get the turbo lasers back online.
The Imperials aren't gonna save themselves.
Never do.
Alright, well, I stand corrected. I thought this would just be a story area, but in we go. Do a little combat. A little disappointed that they can't repel their own borders. Alright, again, I call these out a lot. Theoretically, if you had a group, you would meet up in here. This is the instance. Once we go in there, it's our own copy. So if another bounty hunter was running this quest right now, they would show up here. It looks to be see. Yep, we're the only one on the Tyrant right now, so nobody else is running this. Alright, in we go. Get back in the flow. I've been playing Master Mode flashpoints on my Juggernaut, so different attack sets. Looks like we have to go there. So, as a quest design, they do this a lot, right? Like, theoretically, there's the most direct route. Mako's on the other side of the door. She should just be able to unlock it. But they're going to steer us through this way to try to get here. I'm guessing we're going to have to do some tasks that will pop up along the way. So, let's rock and roll. Let's see. Something else you'll notice in these kind of scenes, you'll notice that they've lost health. They'll stay at that health level, essentially forever. Same with him. Right, there's this battle going on. It's like 78 to 80% seems to be a popular number that they use. What's he at? 79, 80. He never took any damage. The other thing that does seem to happen is that these battles go on a long time. Just looking at the mechanics, it seems like they actually build threat, right? So this has been happening. So he's been taking damage. It's just not applying to his health bar here. So we'll see. Like, if I shoot him once, you know, so look how much more damage Mako and I did to him, but he never attacked us. So it's an interesting little peculiarity to the threat system. Alright, let's rock and roll. So fights like this, you know, they tend to be just, you go from spawn point to spawn point, kind of work your way towards your objective. We've got a bonus mission going on here, so we'll probably knock that out. Again, during the Twitter poll phase of setting this character up, one of the things that Twitter decided, my followers decided, was, you know, we're very complete. We do all the missions, we watch all the stories, you know, all that kind of stuff. So for the most part, I try to do the bonus quests. On occasion, if we're doing like heroics, or there's just one that's ridiculous, or sometimes I just accidentally don't get it completed. We have missed a few, but for the most part, we'll rock our way through this. Hoping we don't fight too many of these strongs. The normals drop down much quicker. All right, let's see. What do we got in here? We have an opportunity, I think, to... We're going to make Mako attack these guys. I'm going to attack these guys and bring them over here. Alright, let's see what we can make happen. So these guys, you notice we've line of sighted them around the corner here, which stacked them up so we can use our area attacks. I could do the same with these guys. I think we can take them down quick enough. That probably be no quicker to line inside them. We'll save that, you know, the gold elite guy here for last. Same thing though, you know, notice that he still has aggro on this soldier that he's been fighting this whole time. We still haven't pulled it. Oh, there we go. There we got it. So look how much damage it does. Now if we would have attacked him right away, I think we would have pulled the aggro almost instantly. So it's a little thing going on with the threat system. So even though we are not actively doing damage, let's go make sure there's nothing back here. We're still generating threat, or the NPCs are still generating threat. So yeah, I don't think. Yep, don't see anything back here. All right. So, on to the next area, and that's probably our bonus. This will be essentially a dead end. Most of the time, you know, this was the door at the beginning when we first came in that we couldn't get by. But most likely we'll be able to leave through that door. But it's worth checking. So they're going to continue to steer us this direction. You know, I like the little subtleties of the walls put in. You know, all the little things that, you know, make it look like a battle has taken place here. As you get to playing, you know, you catch yourself just running through the environments, you know, not paying attention to all the little tiny details that are put into the world. But they do matter. It's always good to give props to the whatever developer built this, you know, or number of developers that put this together. You know, that's each of these things were put in. Okay, so like this guy here, right? Immediately, I noticed that I got aggro on him. Let's see, that one's been taking some damage. Those two are having a pretty good fight. We'll save that one for last. Okay, so that one took one punch, and then I think we pulled aggro off of him. We'll just shoot this guy. Got that one right away. Take that one out. Alright. So this fight's been going on. So notice, so it might have also been, there was just one good guy here. But we'll do the same thing, right? Punch. Yeah, we got that right away. Maybe if we would have let it run longer, might have been able to get that. Let's see, what are you doing back here? Did not notice you. Skippable? Probably. I have a feeling we'll hit that 30 without any problems at all. But, just to be on the safe side, plus we get metal. So we have the scavenging crew skill. So if you look, I've got bioanalysis, scavenging, and slicing. They're all gathering missions. You can get some crafting and some support missions as well, depending on the makeup that you want to do. Across all my characters, I have pretty much everything covered. So gathering's nice if you're playing through a lot of planets and areas and stuff like that, because you're going to come across, right? So that's going to be metal there. Is that a droid? That's another droid. You can usually gather bioanalysis is off of organic creatures, metal off of droids, if they are strong or better. On the bioanalysis, you can only gather if it's a creature, so you can't gather bio stuff off of NPCs. They frown on that. Alright, again, lockdown. Lockdown, you can see by the red. These guys don't appear to be fighting that much. They're just standing there waiting. So like this guy here is not a strong, he's just a normal. So once we notice that the icon's not popping up, right? We'll fight this guy once we loot.
You must be the bounty hunter, Captain.
And escape out of that. You notice the icon changes to the gather. By default, your companion's going to do it. If you shift click, you'll notice you can do it as well. You can't pull two out of a single thing, but... Oh, right. Well, we got to 27. We either missed a spawn or we'll just pick up more later. Also, you notice I escaped out of the conversation. If you just hit the escape key, you can hit spacebar to skip stuff. You can hit escape to leave the conversation. And it usually will always show you like the quest icon of where you need to go to talk next.
You must be the bounty hunter Captain Evelyn contacted. Thanks for the rescue. Once they killed the captain, we thought the fight was as good as done.
Just because he's dead doesn't mean this was a freebie.
Oh, yes, of course. We're in your debt. We need a few minutes to override the lockdown, but we're finished if we have to hold off another attack. Will you assist in defending the bridge?
This is a relatively common SWTOR quest thing, especially in the story quests, the class quests, the origin stories. This kind of like, okay, here's an NPC, he's going to do something. Here come 3 waves of NPCs that are going to attack you. It's just another way to add variety to a tried and true questing style. So,
Anyone stepping through that door gets blasted back out.
Get those lower decks unsealed, ASAP.
alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get waves here. We'll see how they put this one together. Sometimes they'll come running up. It doesn't appear they are doing that. I also don't see our people working. I'm just curious here. Yeah, usually they do a pretty good job of... Oh, nope, they did advance there. Where did that guy come from? I'm not sure. They usually do a pretty good job of, kind of setting the stage of, okay, these guys are helping defend, obviously. But then also having, one of the little guys sitting at the terminal, typing away. Just kind of to add the believability. So there was our first wave. So I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't put one of those guys there. Then here comes the second wave. And what you'll tend to see is progressively, so this one, it's got this guy. I'm not sure where those 2 side guys come from. Did they come out of those doors? They might have come out of those doors. Wasn't paying very close attention. I was exploring the bridge. So now we've got this strong, right, kind of leading this force. Notice the door closed. Right, they closed that door to kind of redo the spawn. And then most likely we're going to get a third wave here. There we go. So now notice we've got an elite in this group and a strong. So they, each kind of wave gets stronger. I'm getting both of their attention, so they're attacking me. And attacking the officer. Alright, then the other thing we normally try to do is kill weak to strong. This guy is only going to have 10,000 health. This guy is going to have 23,000 health. So even if their defenses are identical, it's going to take twice as long to kill this guy as to kill this guy. So if I started with this guy and killed him all the way down, this one's going to attack us through that entire fight. Whereas if we kill this one first, it kills twice as fast. I don't have both of them attacking me twice. So it's we'll do the same thing. We're going to escape out of that and get our looting done here. So it's nice that way in that you see this sometimes as well. No harvestable. Special NPCs, sometimes it doesn't work. But anyway, that if you're struggling in a fight, that's a good way to knock things out. Alright. Well, we must have unlocked the lower decks, so let's see what our Darth has to say. Oh, he saved us.
My lord, it's a relief to see you unscathed.
Where is Captain Evelyn?
The captain's dead, sir, my lord.
And yet you avoided his fate.
Yes, I mean, no. We were
Well, I'm not sleeping tonight.
I have you to thank for a ship.
Hmm. 3 and 1 both seem reasonable. Let's see what 3
The
is.
captain promised me compensation.
That one is logical for our character. So if you do like to explore conversations, this is a good way.
You wanted to discuss Corellia.
That doesn't seem as appropriate, so we'll go with our 3.
The captain promised me compensation.
You'll inherit his wages. Have this ship operational by the time we are finished. I am mobilizing my entire division to Corellia. The rebellion will be crushed. Corellia will fall, but military victory will not be enough. I do not want the Republic merely defeated. They must submit.
You pay me enough, I'll get them to sing.
Capture will suffice. There is a massive resistance supporting the Republic's defense of Corellia. You will secure the rebel leaders. I will make them kneel. When the rebellion bows before Corellia's rightful leaders, our trap will be set.
Alright, something else you can do, just to kind of show options. Notice that Mako had a line in that fight, in that conversation. So,
My lord,
Where is Captain? And yet he...
Yes, I mean...
Ouch. I have you to thank
so
for a
Mako's
ship.
was I won't be sleeping. His was ouch. And this is normally true of your starting companions.
Well, and yet you...
Yes,
Does not look, was not want to see
I have you
boss
to
hype,
thank for
please. So if you are completionist or you like to see lots and lots of the story, you know, you can take the time to do this. It does increase your play time, right?
I mean...
If I sell you out, it's gonna be to that guy. Just saying.
I have you to thank.
But you can kind of pick up, you know, their different
that later.
personalities.
Great, time
I
needed a
worry
drink.
about this one.
Yeah.
He'll probably applaud him or something. This guy's crazy.
Yes,
Shit. Let him try it with his bare hands.
No,
I have you to
little
thank.
braggy. Now, so that's our starting. You know, these are the ones that are part of the original game.
You was boring
Doubt
me anyway.
he's going to say anything, but maybe, because he is in the original game. See if they gave him a line.
And yet he...
Yes,
I have you to thank.
Nope. And the same is going to be true, right, for these added companions, you know. Double check HK. I don't think HK will say anything. It would be cool if he did.
Well, and yet you...
Yes, I mean...
I have you to thank for
Yeah.
a
So notice it skips right over that part.
Next target, please.
So if it is something you're interested in, you know, you want to dig through. If you catch, you know, if one of your companions has a line, oftentimes they all have a line, and so you can go into that. Otherwise, you could probably just find a lot of it on YouTube. You know, as different people have played through the stories. If you wanted to watch those. All right, let's get back to where we were.
You pay me enough.
Captain.
Okay, I think this is where we were.
What's the rebellion got to do with Jun Siros and the Supreme Chancellor?
If Corellia is conquered, the Republic will send troops. If Corellia secedes, the Republic must rely on diplomacy. A compact will be signed publicly. Corellia's governor will demand that the Supreme Chancellor ratify the treaty and withdraw Republic forces. The Supreme Chancellor will have to acknowledge that the Corellians have chosen Imperial rule, but not before Jun Seros convinces him that his Jedi can turn the tide.
I see the potential.
I have sent my forces ahead, under command of General Crow. Meet with him and proceed according to plan. When the Tyrant is hyperspace capable, I will join you.
All right. So something they do, we could just most likely just quick travel to our ship, right? That's going to put us back on the ship. Let's look. Go back down here. But remember that original door, the one that was locked. Almost guarantee you that door is now open. And you see this pattern, you know, in development law. It's like, okay, before we had the quick travel back to your ship, you had to run out of the ship, right? When we came in, we had to come here, up and around and all of this, because this was our locked door. But now they'll give us a more direct path back. So it does save you a little bit of time, even though we are essentially running all the way back through. The other thing that often I will do is just to make sure that we don't miss something, you know, like a bonus quest or something like that. You know, you can often make this trip back. But there's our instance door. That'll take us out of the instance back into world space. And then you notice the instance goes red, so we can't go back in. Alright, and then this will load us back into our ship. Alright, looks like we're off to Corellia. Alright, something else we need to do. I think we're going to go ahead and save this, but we've got a bunch of companion conversations. It might be close to the end at this point, because Corellia is the last planet. I'm curious now. We'll go ahead and do these.
I caught up with that old associate from the blockade run. Old Quan and I had a nice little chat. He was surprised to see me, to say the least.
Can you trust him to keep quiet about your new identity?
Oh, I'd say he'll remain mum on the subject indefinitely. Don't give me that look. I bought his last round. Before I had to end Quan's retirement prematurely, I convinced him to fill me in on some gaps in our history since the blockade run. When the Hutts came looking for their return investment, Hilo Viz smuggled herself off to Republic space with the help of another free trader.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
More than you think. I know the guy. Technically, so do you. Remember Zale Barrows? She cut a deal with that twerp to hide her on Del Savis. If she's still stuck there, this is my chance to swoop in to the rescue. I've got to go after her.
If it means this much to you, count me in.
This is personal, a little too personal. I've got to take care of this on my own. If I don't make it, well, thanks. I don't think Tiresias would have ever gotten this opportunity.
So these you don't actually go on.
When did you get back?
Oh, a little while ago. I wasn't exactly in a talkative mood. My little pipe dream involving Hilo went about as you'd have expected.
Didn't find her?
No, I found her. After all these years, I finally caught up with her, and she hadn't changed a bit. I found her on Del Savis in some sort of stasis chamber. It was like I'd just left.
At least she didn't have time to nurse an old grudge.
Yeah, maybe. Regardless, it wasn't pretty. If she'd had a blaster, she'd have shot me the moment she came to. Lucky for me, she recognized that prison wasn't the place to hash things out. She took off the first chance she got. Hardly the reunion I was looking for, but I got her out of that pit. That counts for something, right?
I'm not the one to ask.
I guess I'm stuck answering that one myself. If you'll excuse me, I need to create a hangover to nurse.
Alright, so we're doing these for just to check game systems. Like I said, we're basically at the end of the story, so I'm curious if this will wrap up the conversations or there'll be one more.
What did Mako have to say? That sounds dangerous, Blizz.
So it feels like they're all wrapping up their little story arcs that we've been kind of watching.
So I see. People should think twice about pushing you around now, right?
But these feel like conclusions to the little story arcs, so. Alright, these two I think we have finished. Let's see what Torian has to say. We'll grab Skadge and Mako upstairs.
Something on your mind?
Family. Not much of Clan Kadera left. Aren't close either. Got spread out after the schism.
You should arrange a gathering. Get the clan together.
Never had reason to celebrate our heritage before. Ordo, Kelborn, Itera, they all recovered. Think it was a shame that kept us apart. Feud settled now. Maybe it's time. Scene 15.
That one didn't feel like closure.
Been thinking about something Corellia said. Thought he'd be seeing some real action again soon. You think he meant it? Or was that just talk?
He might have inside info we don't. Maybe he knows where things will heat up.
True. He's always been good at getting intel he shouldn't have. Almost hope he's wrong. This armor might not be up to a decent fight.
What exactly's the matter with it?
Maybe nothing. Might hold up. Hard to say. Mandalore gave you a piece of Beskar Gom, didn't he? Should be made of Beskar. Only our people can work it.
Never heard of it. Why is it important?
It's stronger than Durasteel. Can take lightsaber hits if it has to. Can't find better. This can wait. We ought to get to work.
Torian has a lot to say.
Trouble?
Remember how Corellia thought things would be heating up? Listen.
I've got a mission. Thought you might want in on it. Clan Ordo has been hired to kill a senator who's hiding out under major Jedi protection. It'll be a serious engagement. He's gone to ground in a heavily fortified area. Worth a lot of credits, too. If you're interested, meet us at the Bayless Estate on Alderaan. Corellia out.
Jedi hunt. They're in for a fight.
They're my brothers. I need to be there.
I'll back you up.
Your sights are set on bigger game. I got this one.
Still alive.
Seems that way. Weren't all so lucky.
Did Corellia make it through?
Took a lightsaber strike. Glanced off his big head. Didn't care to find out firsthand. Never let them get close.
How'd you manage that?
Kept the fire on the Senator. Didn't leave him any choice. Can't count on a good distraction every time I cross a Jedi. Better find some Beskar if I'm making a habit of it.
So I believe the way the game is set up is whoever your first companion is the one you will actually go on missions with. Everybody else is all just conversations. There might be some exceptions to that, but that's what I remember.
I've been thinking running with you ain't so bad. More downtime than I'd like, but at least it ain't like being in the can. Too much time between killings on the inside.
I'm guessing Belsavis wasn't the first place you did time.
I don't get pinched often, but when they got me, they try and hang on. Ain't all bad. Best place to meet the real scum of the universe. Get connected. Lockup took me from the streets to the major leagues.
Black Sun wasn't good enough for you?
I'm talking about when I was just getting started. First time I got nabbed. Shared a cell with a Hutt cartel gangster once. Helped him bust out. Got introduced to the family. Had a couple good years being an enforcer, before those slimy two-faced slugs tried to bump me off.
Been there. That was our very first planet.
Hadn't noticed how much that time in the cooler cramped my style. Got me rusty.
Oh man, we're going 3.
Wasn't aware you had a style.
I'm just saying, all this running around busting heads is whetting my appetite, and I'm itching to do some real damage. Never did get my hands on that stinking hut that tried to have me bumped off. Been thinking, I'm overdue.
There any opportunities to turn a profit?
Stinking huts are usually rolling in credits. Might cough up a few before I bleed him. All you need to know is, once I find the dirty backstabber, I'm paying him a visit.
Alright, so that one doesn't feel done either. Alright, let's wrap up with Mako and then we'll head to Corellia.
Remember the guy Coral said was after her? Isaac, the one we were supposed to stop on Drummond Coss?
Target didn't show up. Hard to forget that.
Everything else is sort of dead-ended. I thought maybe I'd try to see what I could find on him. He's SIS, no surprise there, so there's not much to find. Except for this. He's assigned to Project 32. The same project all my relatives seem to be associated with.
You got any idea what that means?
I don't know yet. He's important, though, I can tell you that much. Searching for his name tripped all kinds of security, so don't be surprised if a lot of uniforms are looking for us. I think I might take up a new hobby for a while. A safer one, like, neck suit grooming.
Way to go, Mako. Like, we don't have enough issues.
Feel like watching my back through another scary holocall? I survived the last one, but this might just get me. Remember that datapad we got from Corellia about 1 million years ago? I cracked it. I got a holo frequency from Isaac, Mr. Project 32 himself. I can't do this without you.
I think there was a typo or a line reading error there. Catch him every once in a while.
Let's see this guy.
Want to take bets on whether he's 10 meters tall and breathes fire? Right, quit stalling, Mako.
What's this?
Okay, before we get started, let's set something straight. My name is Mako. M-A-K-O. Got it? Call me Coral, and so help me, I will find a way to punch you through the holonet.
Mako? That's a name I never thought I'd hear again.
You're the first person who didn't insist she was Coral.
I can imagine. Mako's been presumed dead for 20 years. No one was expecting her to turn up now. Unfortunately for both of us, I don't have much time for conversation at the moment.
Think it might be in your best interest to talk sooner rather than later?
Normally, I'd agree with you on that. My team has pinpointed Coral's location. Finding her is my priority. Mako, a word of warning. This isn't the life you want. Whatever happens, stay away from Coral.
Why? What do you want with her? What did she do?
She's killed most of the people involved in Project 32. I can only assume she'll try to kill you too. She's gotten almost everyone else.
She's killed a lot of SIS. Seems to me you need to hire some outside assistance.
If this operation fails, Hunter, I might just give you a call. Mako, I'll contact you after my team's taken Coral into custody. We have a lot to talk about. Isaac, out.
I'm intercepting all his outgoing transmissions. Looks like, yes, I have the coordinates he's sending out.
Gotta be where she's hiding.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I've downloaded the coordinates to the nav computer. Let's go pay my sister a friendly visit.
Alright, well, that one was unexpected. I didn't think we'd pick up another mission. Notice they don't level sync the companion missions, so that's always interesting. Alright, well, let's go knock that one out. It's important to support Mako. So I do like this, right? You know, we're gonna go right through the ship. Nope. Okay, I was just looking the wrong direction. So they play those little animations. Again, as you quick travel around the universe, it's not something you see very often. Strangely miss it. Although I don't miss the the time it takes. They even upgraded some of these animations at one point in the game. I can't remember when. Alright, down to Narshada we go. These are usually pretty quick. They don't take a long time to run through these. Ugh. Alright, they did put us in the spaceport. I'm going to show you another trick here. You have to watch the... watch this animation too, but you pay attention to what the mission tells you to do, right? If it says to travel to the planet or something like that, you still oftentimes have to use your ship or different things, but if you get to the point where it is kind of like now, right, where it says infiltrate, and obviously this isn't going to be faster because I've gone back and forth, but I do like to show little tips and tricks that help me through the game quicker. So it says, travel to there. A lot of planets have these weekly and daily missions. So if I find Narshada, which is the planet, and you could use this from anywhere, your stronghold fleet, a different planet. I think it'll still work since our ship's at Narshada here, though. We click on travel. So it's loading the planet just like it did before. But when we landed on the planet and left, or even if you use the quick travel to get there, it's going to put you in the hangar. And then you have to walk out of your hangar. You have to run through the spaceport to get outside. But if you use these terminals, what it does is it has saved us. So one of these, there's our bounty hunter. So we have to walk through our hangar, get to here, work our way out to here to get here. But since it puts us right at this terminal, we can skip that. Then all you have to do is you just come in here and just dump the mission. So we'll abandon that. And so you can use these to kind of travel to planets, but also to save yourself the time of traveling through the spaceport. Alright, given that this is a city planet, so Coruscant is like this, Narshada is like this, it's sometimes hard to tell where your mission is. So here we're looking at the lower promenade.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
There's two over here. I think we'll jump into the cantina. Don't know where the SIS safe house is, but we'll assume it's somewhere. Sometimes they hang them right off the cantina. But now that we're on this map, we can kind of look around. So, doesn't look like it's upstairs. Looks like it's right up there. Now, in this particular case, it would have actually been even quicker. Okay, so we'll just play around with this. These are all the little things you kind of learn. Now, we didn't know this was here. But if I go back to my stronghold here, so this is another way you can travel around a little bit. Is wherever your stronghold is located, it's going to give you a couple of options. If you look down here at the exit, it's going to say return to, and this will be wherever you last were. So if you're on fleet, this would say return to fleet. But I do have this exit to Narshada, and I think that'll put me in the default location of the stronghold. Might stick us back in the cantina because we've already been there. But I think it puts us kind of near the stronghold directory, if I remember right. So again, we've loaded the planet a bunch of times now, which not the most efficient. Yep. So it stuck us here at the stronghold directory. So we were here, now we're here, right? So if you start to learn these locations and you know you need to go to a certain area, like for this one, I use this one a lot because if you've got the Fen, I think is his name, and you're collecting the syndicate plans, the little syndicate plan person is right here. So that stronghold to Narshada travel puts you pretty close to that conversation. and that's kind of nice. All right, enough quick traveling tips. Let's go ahead and head in here. Maybe combat, maybe conversation, not sure. This is a interesting setup. Again, as a developer, one of the things I always talk about, at least from a level design standpoint, is the environment tells the story, right? Even though we're just running through this area, you know, out here looks pretty standard, you know, nothing crazy. We get to this door, everything's still kind of normal. Looks like we have a bar area that's all relatively normal. This side of the room looks a little bit different, right? You know, this appears to just kind of be storage. This doesn't look to be a way you would normally do stuff, right? So if we look here, we've got, looks like some kind of stim thing or something going on. Things are knocked over. You know, it's like, it's disorderly. You know, so as you're kind of working your way through the environment, they're already telling story, even though it's not conversation, even though it's not, you know, in your face in the mission, as you work your way back. All right, on to the next level. And this is all in an instance, so they can change this as well. Like, if we were going to visit this place a couple of times, they could make it different each time.
Hey, sis.
Those can make a difference in the story.
Mako? What are you doing here? How did you find me? Met some of our sisters. It was real sweet. Heartwarming, you might say. Oh, about that. I should have warned you.
Probably slipped your mind that you're a quadruplet or whatever. Easy mistake.
It's a lot to take in. I didn't want to overwhelm you. Project 32 is trying to frame me, Mako. The others were in on it. Help me slice his computer. If I can erase my records, I can just disappear. Nobody else will get hurt. Please. I've got 2 words for you, Coral. Bantha dung. You used me. You wanted Isaac dead. You wanted the other girls dead. Quit pretending to be the victim.
Funny how that wasn't good enough.
Oh yeah, hilarious. I might bust a gut laughing about this later. Well, Coral, you have anything else you want to say before I watch Isaac cart your sorry behind out of here? So I set you up. So what? You don't matter. Neither do the others. None of you are even real people. I'm real. You think I wanted to be part of a set? Would you want that? I'm not like the rest of you. I'm unique. You're not even a person.
Wow, she's not very nice. I was really hoping that she wasn't lying and that we could kill the SIS guy. You'd think I'd remember. I've gone through the Bounty Hunter story enough times that I would have, should be able to remember these kind of things, but I did not. Alright, let's see what Mako wants to do.
Doesn't matter. Nothing you do matters. Even if I die here, you won't be real. You're just a cheap copy, Mako. She hammers a lot for someone who's just been totally beaten, doesn't she?
What do you want to do with her?
SIS can have her. She can rot for all I care.
Mako? Is that you? How did... Nah, that's a stupid question. We'll take Coral from here. I guess we should thank you. Are you alright?
I don't know what you guys are gonna do to her, but I have a hunch she deserves it. The stuff she said about being a copy, what do you think that was supposed to mean?
You're letting her get to you?
I don't know. I feel pretty surreal right now.
We're moving out. Mako, we will have to talk later.
Let's get out of here, okay? I want to be as far away from this place as possible.
Okay, so this is not really a glitch, but we got 6 XP for that because it wasn't level synced up to where we are. We are way over leveled for the stuff that we're doing. So same kind of thing here, right? Like, you know, we've got this environment. Where did we come in? We came in right here. all the interaction was right here. Now, I think this is a bounty hunter phase, but sometimes they'll reuse these spaces for different things. But again, you know, there's a story here. You know, the level design, you know, obviously it's very lab-like. It's got a lot of computers and screens and stuff. Does this room over here look any different? We'll take a look. More computers and screens and stuff, but it is different. It's got different equipment in it. Just kind of adds to the flavor of the world, making things happen. Now I am curious. Normally at this point I would just quick travel back to the ship, but let's go ahead and just for my own creative side. I will admit, when I play through games, I often try to dig into the mechanics or the dev stuff. So I want to get to this instance door. It's going to go red for us, but it should tell us. There we go. So it is a bounty hunter phase. So if you just see like group phase or something like that, it means the area gets used for multiple things. So don't remember if we ever went to that one before or not. Hard to say. So, all right, we'll pop back up to the ship. I'm guessing Mako's going to have another conversation choice, and then that will get us through. Now we'll finally go to Corellia. I was actually hoping that we would get through Corellia in the next 2 streams. Still possible. I think we'll get through Corellia. Not sure if we'll get through Ilum or not. Although Ilum is pretty quick. It's not too bad. Huh? No, I guess
Will
not.
do. Ready when you are.
She's not ready to talk
Let's
yet.
do this.
Alright. Well, let's continue our quest then. On to Nar Shaddaa, or Nar Shaddaa, jeez. We're on Nar Shaddaa. On to Corellia we go. Now, the cool thing is we don't actually have to watch that animation. You know, we're basically already there. So if we exit out here, I don't think it'll give us any problems. On some ships, if you're quick enough, I think you'll still see the hyperspace animation playing in the background when you click on that. Alright, so Corellia is the last planet in the original origin story quests, the class story quests. So this is kind of the wrap-up of Chapter 3. They break the class stories into 3 different chapters, 3 different sub-stories. And it will operate much like all the other planets. So, you know, we'll go from quest hub to quest hub. We'll go through areas. It is a little different. You know, it's kind of a combo between a city planet and a normal planet. You'll notice that, you know, you got these different areas. That, I believe, is the Republic starting area. We can't go there. But then after that, it's shared spaces. We'll pick up so we've got our origin story up here. Trying to use that word. Origin story is the new name. It used to be called the class story. And I believe in the mission log it is still listed under class. But origin stories are different because you can separate your gameplay. So I can have an origin story of a bounty hunter, but actually play with the skill set of a trooper or a smuggler or an agent. So it's a little bit of new terminology. Just to kind of... Jeez, got myself lost there. To change that new thing we're doing.
Remain vigilant during this Rakul emergency. Use of lethal force
hopefully,
against plague carriers is authorized and encouraged.
It's a little bit of a potential problem. Let's see, are they selling any vaccines here?
I've got good suppliers. Only the best sold here.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and... Just because I don't want to deal with it. Up in my
Feel free to browse.
Bank box, I've got I think it's a... Is it a relic? It's a relic or an implant that actually will give you the vaccine. Okay. So, typical pattern here. We're going to pick up our story arc for the planet. These are not required. Also, then keep in mind, see if one shows up out here. These are the exploration missions. See if we turn those off. Yeah, so one went away. So you've got side quests, And then you've got this completely third tertiary set, which is exploration missions. So purple are kind of your main stories. The yellowish gold ones are your side ones. He's making all the noise. All right, let's see what he has to say.
We knew the hunt would bring you here. Welcome to Corellia. I am Lord Ferrus, here to make a request on behalf of my master. Darth Decimus of the Dark Council has taken interest in your actions and desires your assistance in the battle for Corellia.
Bring me up to speed.
Our invasion of Corellia was executed to perfection, but the ensuing occupation has met difficulties. Darth Decimus believes you can help. If you're interested, seek out his servant, Darth Charnus. He will set you on the path of conquering Corellia.
Who is Darth Charnus?
The Imperial authority on Incorporation Island. For now, he is the closest you'll get to Darth Decimus. Darth Charnus' ship, the Tears of Taris, is on Corellia now. A private shuttle outside the spaceport will take you there. Darth Charnus awaits your company.
All right. So, this is the little add-on that they add for this one. I find it a little bit of a pain because you have to come all the way back to the spaceport. I like it when they put them in the same location. Like, we're gonna have to go to a room for our other quests. Would have been nice if it was there. So this adds a little bit to the travel time to get to stuff. But so be it. The Tears of Taris. Again, on these kind of things, you can hit escape or spacebar. You can skip through some of the animations and stuff if you want to gain some speed that way. At least they made it so that I guess his office is just off the hangar. So there's somebody else, you know, on the planet quest. Oh, to keep that in mind. This is new. I don't remember this from before. This will be very, very useful if it is available. It is. Nice. Okay. So what I was complaining about earlier is like, oh man, this one's a pain to travel to. Well, now they've added this quick travel point, which means once you're here once, I can get back to it quick. And I think we come back to this guy a number of times, so that's going to be nice. I don't remember that.
Coronet City, the jewel of Corellia, home to the finest trading and ship manufacturing in Republic space. Soon this will all belong to the Empire, and the rest of the galaxy will follow. Where are my manners? I am Darth Charnus, agent to the Dark Council. My master, Darth Decimus, requested your assistance. He claims only the galaxy's most notorious bounty hunter can help us take Corellia.
A Sith with manners. That's kind of nice to see.
I'll show this planet how I earned my reputation.
We could have used your blasters during the initial assault. The invasion was magnificent. Our occupation flawless. Imperial forces filled Corellia's high-speed rocket trams. We began to cover Coronet City. Then rebellion erupted. Unruly Corellians knocked out the rocket trams. Now our soldiers are stranded.
Airdrop your men, send in shuttles, anything to keep troops on the streets.
Alternate methods risk being shot down. Plus, they're unpredictable. I'm afraid our occupation's crippled without the high-speed rails. The guilty party is Corellian Engineering Corporation, the oldest ship manufacturer in Republic history. CEC exploited our one weakness. They turned our iron cannons on all outgoing trams, freezing our invasion, trapping us on the doorstep of the Empire's greatest battle.
Storm the company and shut them down. It's the only way we'll break their blockade.
I agree completely. Unfortunately, CEC shielded against conventional attacks. There's only one way in. The Hullcracker. A compact bomb developed by Zerka Corellia's deviant scientists to punch holes through capital ships. It will get us inside CEC. Then we disable their ion cannons, resume rocket tram traffic, and conquer Corellia. Unfortunately, Zerkers joined the rebellion, and they refused to hand over their hull cracker.
If there's payment involved, I'm interested.
You'll be performing a service for Darth Decimus himself. It's safe to assume you'll be compensated. The hull cracker's under constant guard. Destroy Zerka's assault camps, and they'll abandon the weapon to reinforce their headquarters. Once you rout the camps, find our Commander Jastel in Zerka territory, then we'll liberate that hull cracker.
Don't remember if you can continue through the... I'm not sure I want to go there. I can't remember where that one's at. We'll go ahead and travel down just to make sure, because I want to pick up those side quests right outside the spaceport, which I believe that canteen is probably in the spaceport. Let's skip that animation. Anyway, I can't remember if you don't do the planet quest if your class quest unlocks access to the trams. But from memory, I don't think you can use them when you first get here. We'll check that out. Alright, yeah, that's the canteen. Yeah, I thought it was here in the spaceport, because we haven't gone very far.
All citizens are required to seek out signs of genetic mutation due to Rakul plague exposure, and to neutralize the afflicted
Out we
as
go.
necessary.
Now, something that's going to happen that doesn't happen everywhere is, as we travel around, especially right in this area, I can't remember. I think just down over there is the little camp for the Rat Ghoul event. But there is an event going on. This should be the heroics. Yep, there we go. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. So we're going to get this, right? We're just going to get attacked. You can outrun them. It looks like this is populated enough that... So he triggered one as well. So there's a trigger right here. He knows he ran away and they evaded. So... You know, out here in the open world, there's these triggers that are going to trigger those spawns. Those normally wouldn't be there. That's part of the Rat Ghoul event. So that one's a heroic.
Hey, I'm not some greenhorn.
So if you want to
They
listen to
ambushed
the
us.
conversations, you can get to some of those. Or you can just grab them off the terminal.
Arwara, awama niko bala. Nibaga klamka, agakyam. Glagnimu amya garak. Undok ino nemno. Amka aka memperlak balak.
I decide what jobs I do.
Nebaga imana, naki naya, bila magnan unya kamna lebek. Yukagi ne panino, amkambina bek nemu kemkam. Beraka karam kara, eninyamak oramag yang megik.
Alright, we got that one. So heroic. There's one more over here. There's something down there. So we're just scooping up our quests here.
Wama otochako ga hutapawa to bampaula. Tula musta kitrita nini. Tanuvaluya witiba.
Holy cow, who put a woman in charge? That seems inappropriate.
You're actually the president of an entire company?
Tuana ubakili wata pongkidanko padogalola. Wasta micha kolkuka dumaji ta ushagwa upa. Yuna liska chananga wachitospa inikondinga.
Let's try to keep calm.
Yana tekagwa. Chingwanga la hagwa chekuska ampasa dobiska.
Alright, I haven't been really following along with that. I was still thinking through the design parameters of Empire. Empire's not friendly to aliens. Trying to remember if they're unfriendly to females, and I just wasn't paying any attention. So.
I'm not officially with the Yimps, so you don't have to suck up to me.
Tupatula musta, o grangi tampio dume dunka. Wasta micha kolkuka dumaji, ta ushagwa upa. Yuna liska chananga wachi tospa, ini kondinga.
Let's try to keep calm.
Yana te kagwa.
The workforce part is what I missed. Extermination. We'll call them layoffs.
What's in it for me?
Nawi kuchusi yomata chi pompota. Tuana uba kili wata ponkidanko padogalola.
Strong, upset, and heavily armed. Yeah, I can see where you wouldn't want that to be your company policy. Alright, so what do we got going on here? Corporate warfare. That's where our mission for our class quest is. Oh, there's still another thing down here. Oh, okay. We're not going to bother with that one, but we'll talk about it here. So, this is part of the Rat Ghoul event. Let's see, can I get to the tram from there? Yeah, it should be fine. So, during the Rat Ghoul event, they set up this little area. This is one of the Rat Ghoul quests. I think this one is probably the one to kill the guys that have been spawning on us, or inoculate some people, or something like that. There's a speeder here. This will take you out to a location where you go down into an underground tunnel system, and that's where most of the rest of the missions take place. Let's see, let's head over here. This should be the tram. And I want to do a little check. So we do have another mission over here. That's a heroic. There's our spawn. We're just going to run away from that one. Up we go. So the tram is just like the travel system of anything else. If I click on
Vehicle
this,
paths are currently open for business.
will it let me travel?
Have a safe and
Oh, it
pleasant
will.
stay.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it blocked the travel if you don't do the Planet Story quest, because the Planet Story is like these travel systems have been disabled now for story reasons. So kind of look at this. For story reasons, you can make the argument that they're only blocking Imperial travel, and so since, you know, although you are Imperial over the other, yeah, I had this weird memory that you couldn't do this. You couldn't actually travel before you finish that quest arc, but evidently they have changed that. So we're going to go ahead and travel out here. And so that's the same as like shuttles and speeders and different things along those lines that exist. Now we've actually got ourselves a quick travel point, so
Vehicle paths are currently
we're going to
open for
go
business.
ahead and... So you see more quests here, right? So it's the next quest hub. We're not going to pick that up because, you know, we want to do Incorporation Island first. That's what we're going to do here. Can't remember. I think this taxi goes to these places for a later quest. That's the tram system. This one is a little long. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to go ahead and quick travel out to all these spots. That way, later on, when we have to go to a new section, we'll just use the quick travel to the tram stations that we're unlocking now. It'll save us time down the road. And that should unlock Axial Park. There we go. Now, also notice that, and we'll look at it on the map, there's Republic versions of all these trams as well.
Welcome. Please select an
So we're
available
going to
travel
fly out
route.
here to the business sector
Have
tram.
a safe and pleasant stay.
And when we go to the tram map, you're going to see, so that's Axial Park. Axial Park North is the Republic version, Uptown's the Republic version, the Republic base. You know, so there's these different things, you know, Imperial War Cap. I think that's also Republic. But you notice on the main map, you know, we're traveling down the south side. The Republic travels up the north side. We go from here to here to here, if I remember right. And they start there. Again, if my memory is correct. So there we go. So we've got our quick travel points kind of all set up there. So we'll go back to this tram, which will put us kind of back where we started. So now, instead of having to take the trams later, we can just bounce from quick travel point to quick travel point. Also, I think it puts us downstairs, which is kind of nice. Okay, that's a heroic. We need to go north of there into our origin story quest. I think we're going to spawn. Let's go straight. See if I can avoid. Yeah, I thought there was a. Whoa, there we go. There's a spawn. We'll run away from that. Alright. Let's see what General Crow has to say.
Friendly.
Don't think they like us.
Let's get on with this bounty hunter. I've troops to deploy. Darth Tormund demands that I dispatch you to capture Chairman Harlan Fane of the Corellian Corporate Council.
They some kind of governing body?
The Council is the political face of the business sector, representing every major corporation operating in the Corellian system. Fane and the other representatives have locked themselves up in their council tower in defiance of Imperial rule. His exact location isn't known, but it is likely that he and the other senior representatives are holed up in the tower's upper executive offices.
These other reps worth anything to you?
If you're able to capture other members of the corporate council, do so, but Chairman Fane is the absolute priority. Resistance will be heavy, but the council tower has several structural weaknesses we can exploit. The only thing stopping you from accessing the tower through the main lobby is sheer manpower.
I hope you're not suggesting I take the stairs.
For now, you have another option. The executive suites have a private lift that will bypass most of the intervening levels. It'll require an access key used by senior staff. Also, unless you'd like to be trapped inside a lift shaft, you'll need to attack the tower's security center and disable their lift override controls.
If there's nothing else, General, I'd like to get started.
Once those objectives have been completed, you should have a straight shot to the upper levels. And remember, you're to deliver Chairman Fane alive and intact. Dismissed.
So they did say we could capture the other guys. I'm not sure if we get the option or not. Alright. One more thing we are going to do here. Let me go ahead and try to trigger the rat ghoul thing again. I think there was a trigger spawn over here somewhere. Great, now it didn't go. We'll head back up. think there's one up by the spaceport. Hopefully. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and let him attack me. That's not a big deal. It's not a permanent thing. It didn't even knock me off my speeder yet. Alright, let's get Mako out so she can at least heal me. Oh, now they're attacking me. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Alright, so part of the Rat Ghoul event, if you've never seen the Rat Ghoul event, is we have now become infected. This is stage 1, lasts for 10 minutes. The annoying part of this is we'll just kind of run back and forth. There. So I'm holding the run key, right? Like it literally pauses anything you do. It'll interrupt abilities. So like here, if we're doing this channel, hopefully we'll cough during the channel. It'll interrupt things, you know, so if you're in a fight and you've got this, it's kind of a pain. Well, maybe this one's an exception, I don't know. But it will interrupt your ability. So that coughing thing is a giant pain. Then you go to a stage 2, which I believe is also 10 minutes. And so once you get to stage 1, it'll inflate into stage 2. Then when you're in stage 2, you go through the same stuff. And if you make it all the way to the end of stage 2, you blow up. You blow up and die. Any other... There we go. So you see how it interrupted the thing. Anybody within range of you when you blow up then gets infected and it spreads. There are achievements for that if you want to do it. But we bought these vaccines. So we're going to go ahead and take the vaccine. That'll remove it. And then notice also here, it gave us a 6-hour immunity. So now, hopefully you'll just take my word for it. But if we get attacked again, we won't get that infection. So we're kind of free of the infection from now on. So, alright. Okay. Oh, it was the same group. I triggered him again. Right, so now, you know, as they hit me, you know, I got the temporary one, but that stage infection, right, that's not going to come back. Alright, for the most part from here on out, though, we'll probably just try to skip him. Alright, back to work. Gotta pay our bounty hunter bills. So we're gonna go ahead and I think just travel on the road. Looks like we have to go over to those other speeders. We're gonna clear the kind of the quest here on the main part of the island first. And then we will jump over to there we go. We'll jump over here to whichever one of those we need to go to. Alright, what are we looking for? Destroy weapon containers. Weapon containers, Zerka forces. We've got a blind drop. We've got a rebel. Make sure we don't miss our turn. Rebel workers. So here's kind of the nice thing, right? Like, this is 3 different quests in this area. Again, I've mentioned it before. The Old Republic uses what they call a theme park style, where you go to an area and you partake in all the attractions, and then you go to the next area. Now this is probably going to, I'm going to guess, give us another one. Yep. So we work our way through this area as well. Alright, what do we need? Let's see if it counts. So there looks like our 3 things we need. I'm going to send those. That's going to be pretty straightforward. Probably take us longer to kill the 14 people than to grab the weapons container. And we'll go ahead and get some metal. Mako will take care of that. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. If you go to your speeder, it despawns your companion, and it will stop her from doing stuff. Okay. I will clean up this area a little bit, see if we can find any other containers. But for the most part, what we're going to do, this is a good area. Knock our containers out here. We're just going to follow those blind drop locations. Because this whole area is going to be full of Zerkin. And if we just go to blind drop, we can keep making progress on that particular quest. At the same time that we're dealing with this stuff. So, alright, let's head over to the next blind drop location. And hopefully we should keep running into Zerka people. There we go. Don't see any bonus quests so far. I feel bad about doing this. I usually try to leave these guys alone. We'll check to see. Yeah, I don't see a bonus quest linked to that. Alright, where's our next blind drop? Conveniently right through there and there. So again, the general flow here, you know, is kind of allowing us to... So there's our rebels. What do we get down there? Rebels. I don't want to get too far away from the Zerka. But it's kind of flowing us through the areas that we need to do our missions. These Zerka guys, yep. And just to keep this kind of moving. Avoided the strongs and the elites. We can rip through these normals a lot quicker. Yeah, we need two. This should wrap this up for us. And then we'll go down and grab the rebels. Get the blind drop. But you can kind of see how they, you know, they kind of made it flow. And especially if you have a mission. Now again, you know, we can do things like this where it's like, there could be a bonus mission. We killed one of the droids, so I don't think there's one individually. But there sometimes can be bonus missions since we didn't pick one up. Linked to these guys. This guy's got some moves. He's got stuns, he's got areas. Yep, no bonus there. Alright. We're close to this blind drop location. I might have taken damage from the drop. Alright, this one. Oh, no, that's just a conquesty thing. You get conquest points for. There's 2 stages of it. I think it's 25 for the first stage. And let's see, conquest. 50 for the second stage usually, I think. Yeah, 50 for the second stage gives you conquest points. Conquest can be nice if you're looking to, you know, get the rewards. And if you're in a guild, if your guild makes conquest, you get additional rewards as well. It can be good for accommodations if you're having issues with those. You get some tech fragments as well. Depending on the planet you attack, based off the size of your guild, you can get more and more rewards. So my personal conquest, 200 accommodations, 500, you get some gear. Then if you're doing a guild version, the guild version here, you get to select one of those, and then you get, again, more tech fragments, more gear drops, and these are used to upgrade your ship. I think it's for ship perks. So if you go to your ship, which we don't have a lot unlocked on this ship. Yeah, I think it lets you set these perks with those pieces as well. All right, what do we still need? We need 4 workers. Conquest is pretty easy to get. They raised it from 50,000 to 100,000 in the last expansion. But if you just play the game, you're almost going to naturally get conquest. So, for instance, on on my streams just playing on this character and just playing through the story, and we rarely get through more than one planet. Alright, we need to head down there. Talk while we're traveling. We rarely get through more than one planet. This character will get usually somewhere between about 250 and 400,000 conquest points. So getting the 100,000 for personal conquest is really pretty straightforward. Then when you invade the planets, your planetary, so it's everybody in your guild. If you have to have a guild to invade the planets. But everybody in your guild has to reach a certain number. For the small planet, it's 500,000. The medium planet is 2 million, I believe. Let's take a peek. Let's see, 500,000. Yeah, 2 million for that one, and 5 million for that one. So depending on the size of your guild. There's only 2 people in my guild, so we just kind of usually pick the small planet. But we make conquests almost every time. It's not that hard to do. We can hit 2 million on occasion if we're I a lot just with the 2 of us across multiple characters. I've hit when I was grinding out Renown before the expansion to get a couple of achievements done. I think on a single character I hit 5 or 6 million conquest in a week. So anyway, if you are small and you don't want to join another guild, you can make your own guild, invade the small planet, and get into 500,000. Like, we're at 290 already, and we haven't played much this week. It's not that hard to make conquest.
Zerka's camps are destroyed. How do we get the hull cracker?
I'll connect you to Darth Charnas at once.
My ship afforded a spectacular view of your work. Zerka's forces swarm like confused insects. They've regrouped to defend the hive, leaving the hull cracker storage facility vulnerable.
You got a plan?
Captain Jastel's team is in place, ready to grab the hull cracker. You'll lead a more direct attack.
Your target is Bral Tavar. He's Zerka Corellia's figurehead, the definition of corporate sleaze.
Bral Tavar has the hull cracker's detonation codes. Without them, the bomb's useless.
Break into his executive offices, get the detonation codes, then call me. My men will already have the hull cracker.
Tell your men to be ready for the final assault, Commander. I'll deal with Bral Tavar at once.
We'll have the hull cracker by the time you have those codes.
Alright, where are we going next? Okay, at least that one's close. We're still going to have to pop up there for the... I think for class quest. I think this one is the planet story. This seems vaguely familiar. It's been a while, but I think I remember this. Alright, let's assault Zerka. Alright, we got ourselves a bonus mission. Already kicking in. Feels like we're gonna have plenty of guys to fight down here. Let's see. Yeah. So, I was making a mental decision of should I go and clear out this other entrance to make sure we get the bonus mission, but the way this map is set up, I definitely think it's not going to be an issue. Ooh, we caught him. He was trying to go run after Mako. She had drawn aggro. Yeah, we only need 2 more. Okay, what are we supposed to be doing here? It says negotiate. Okay, so he's up there. When you do have an area this big, one thing that it is worth at least looking around a little bit. Sometimes you'll discover like some glowy clickies or something else that might lead to. In fact, this is a multi-stage, honestly. I wasn't paying close attention. These usually have 3 stages and a final, or something else. So let's see, what are we doing next? Okay, to destroy artillery controls. So feels like that looks artillery-ish. Don't see anything on this side of the map. So for the most part now, we're gonna look to avoid combat. So we'll scout ourselves around. Now it says 0 of 3. I only see the one big gun. So one of 2 things are going to happen here. Either there are 3 controls there, or I'm looking at the wrong thing, or there's more guns deeper into the complex, because that looks blocked. I saw the big gun. It looked artillery-ish. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean the controls are on the gun. Aha. There we go. I think we flew by a few of these. So we were looking at the wrong thing. So probably didn't need to go all the way back here. I think we can get this one without pulling aggro. Why is that one not working? Oh, right. Hopefully the stream is still alive. Yep, the stream is still alive. The game is dying. So see the server lag here? Bad things are happening. We'll see. There we go. We got disconnected. I don't think it's my connection. So we'll see if we can get ourselves back in here. Hopefully you can still hear me. Stream health still says it's good, but we got disconnected from the server there. My outgoing stream still looks good. Alright, oh, let's see what happens here. Got to see all my characters, or at least the first sheet of them. That's alright, I don't keep them all that private. Hopefully it didn't kick us out of the instance, although if it did, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal because there's probably other guns closer to where we were. There we go. Alright. So let's talk about what just happened. We got disconnected from the server. Down here, there's a little meter that will kind of give you your server lag. The less bars, obviously, the worse it is. When you see that little red X, bad things are happening. Now, I was clicking on this thing. You'll notice I stayed in the game. If it's having a connection issue, it will try to keep you in the client as long as it can as it tries to resolve the issue. We were up at like 19,000 milliseconds, so that's 19 seconds. So 20, 30 seconds. It eventually just kicked us out. I was clicking on this, and nothing was happening. So what was going on there is the game... I had lost my sync, my connection to the game. So my client is still doing stuff, right? But when I clicked on this, like if I would have attacked somebody, it might have resolved combat. I'm not sure how much that runs on the client side. But it can't communicate to the server. So when I was clicking on that clicky, it was sending the information to the server and saying, hey, the player has clicked on it, you know, resolve the mission and stuff like that, because that's all done on the server. But since the connection was dead, it wasn't working. Now it felt like a bug, so my first instinct was like, oh, I wonder why this clicky doesn't work. And then I discovered that the connection was bad. Okay, what do we need to do? Recover Zerka ion round. That's glowy now, so let's just assume it's in there. Don't know if there's more of those. Probably. Alright, bring these guys together. So I'm not sure what happens. Didn't appear to be... Was there another person? Completely didn't see that person. Didn't appear to be my connection. Looking at my download and upload charts, everything seemed to be still working. But something freaked out. Alright, what's next? Destroy the communications tower. Maybe with this ion round we just got. Ooh, didn't see you. Hiding around the corner. Alright, Mako, you kill that one over there. Let's see if she gets done before we do. She did. Nice job, Mako. So I have a hotkey set for this attack. So if I highlight a guy, right? If I target somebody and I hit that key, it'll make Mako attack. It's nice that way because then you can kind of, you know, somewhat organize your companion a little bit. You can put them on a particular enemy, especially if they're DPS. But even as a healer, when she's not healing me, she will attack. And so you can figure out where your DPS is going to go. Oh, damn. Armin Devonan. What species is it? It's human. Or is it a girl? Might be a girl. So this is a typical, you know, multi-stage quest. Do a bunch of things, fight a final boss, get a thing, probably turn that thing into a drop area somewhere. Yep. Turn in, which one is it? Take, negotiate, return, probably that one. So it's workforce. There, mission drop box. Turn in. All right, onward and upward, forward. Oh, interesting enough, none of this has been in an instance. So if other people are on this quest, they could have actually. We might have seen them, but we are now in an instance. So this will be just our own private copy of this section of the world. So we don't have to compete with other people. You know, sometimes your objectives, I don't say they're hard, but it can slow you down because, let's say there are 3 things that have to be clicked on and there's 6 of them total, but you have 5, 6, 7 people trying to get them. You might have to wait for them to respawn or such. They've done a decent job of going back through. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it looks like we can go backwards, but that door doesn't look operable. Of going through and making areas like that easier to deal with, so either the respawn rate's sped up, or you know, they just add more things and stuff like that. There is a new system, a tagging system, so if it is, you need to kill 5, what do we call them? 5 Zerka assault droids when you're out in the open world. As long as you do damage, when it dies, everybody who did damage will get credit for that mission objective. That was a nice change from the previous way. Like if I would attack this and somebody else, again, not in an instance, but and somebody else also wanted to attack it, what would happen is they could still do damage, they could still fight it, but it would turn gray to them, and then that person would not get credit for anything. They wouldn't get experience, they wouldn't get loot, they wouldn't get anything, because they didn't instigate the combat. This was done for, you see this as an anti-griefing tactic in a lot of games, where, you know, you don't want somebody to be able to impact other people's play. This seems like something we might be using later. Now, that's only true if you're same faction. So if you're on a world such as Corellia here, and we're off fighting some guys, and there are Republic players, and they attack first, they will still be gray to me. I won't be able to get credit for those. But if any other Imperial player attacks them, then absolutely. Now that we've discovered this new tagging system, a strategy you can use is if you see somebody engaged in combat, you know, just run up, hit your default attack key, do a little bit of damage, and then, you know, you don't, I mean, if you want to, you can help them out. Just kind of depends on the situation. But then you'll get credit as soon as they die. So if you're fighting your own group and somebody's fighting that group over there, I would just select over there, give that a shot, and then come back here and start fighting my guy again. That way I get credit for those kills. And the nice part is it doesn't disrupt, you know, what the other player is doing. And that's kind of key. Not everybody plays this way, but for me personally, when I play an MMO, I try to be the least disruptive as I can. You know, so for instance, you know, if I see a player like this player is fighting this group, and there's like a thing here on the wall that they have to click on, right? And I run up on that. You'll see some players just run in while you're fighting, click the thing, get credit for it, and run off. And then you have to wait for the respawn. Me personally, I just, if they're there fighting, I'll go ahead and let them take it, and I'll wait for the respawn because they were doing the work. You get both ways though. Okay, what are we supposed to be doing here? There's got to be a clicky on the door. Yep, there we go. Okay. I'm not going to bother clearing out that area. We'll clear it if we have to go over there.
I assure you, gentlemen, Corellian Engineering Corp has nothing to fear. The C9X droid will serve you well.
Just keep your hull cracker out of Imperial hands. We hear they've already breached your walls.
A mild annoyance. Even if the Empire grabs our weapon, it's useless without the proper codes. Tell CEC's board I have the situation under control.
Hey, you. Hello?
Hold strong, Brow. Better to die free than live under the Empire's fist.
Speak for yourself. Here, take the Hullcracker's detonation codes. Just, please, don't hurt me.
Wow, he caved early. Let's see, which mission were we supposed to capture people? Must not be on this one, because my options are kill or... or letting go. Let's see. Yeah, that's the Zerka one. Yeah, I think Brawl we're supposed to. Nope, this is the one. Yeah. So we're capturing for the class quest. This one it doesn't actually say.
I assure you, gentlemen.
He turns quick, though.
Hey, you...
Yeah.
Ha ha ha. I'm gonna go with the... He could potentially give me more money later down the road.
You can have a long, healthy career serving the Empire. Just make sure Zerka follows your example.
Anything you say. I'll tell my employees about their new boss.
Commander, Bral Tavar surrendered. I've got the detonation codes.
Good work. Thanks to your earlier assault, my men secured the Hullcracker and prepped it for the blast. We'll send an officer or two in to deal with Bral and make sure his new loyalty stays firm. In the meantime, Darth Charnas wants to speak with you aboard the Tears of Taris. He's ready to assault CEC.
Oh, right. That's where having that... Oh, can we slip out this way now? Nice. Hopefully with this... Remember, this was a door. Now that we've done this conversation, I hope we can just sneak out that way. And I believe this is an instance, so we're going to try to skip as much as we can. We still have the go across the speeder islandy part. So we're going to go out and do that. Then should be able to quick travel back to the Tears of Taris now. Okay, So notice we're still in combat. Hopefully we'll stay in combat, but nope. Yep. As soon as we get out of the instance, that'll break that combat. Alright. And then we have to head up here. I don't think we have a quick travel point up there yet. I think we will eventually. Oh crap, we're still inside the zone here. Get ourselves out of this. Alright, while we're in travel mode, whoa, about missed that. Lore object must get the XP. How much was it? 5,628, 70 conquest. Alright, so while we're in run mode here, just as a reminder, we stream every Saturday, Star Wars: The Old Republic, from 10 o'clock to 2 Pacific time, West Coast time. I'm in Arizona, so we don't do daylight savings time, so I always list things in Pacific time because my time changes. We stream for a charity organization called Extra Life. Extra Life connects gamers with fundraising, and so you play games, you stream, and you collect donations. Those donations go to the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. Each streamer can independently choose a hospital they want to play for, or just send the money to the Children's Miracle Network as a whole. I personally play for Phoenix Children's Hospital just because it's the local, and most do. Most pick their local hospital in order to support them. They do amazing work. The money goes to help heal sick kids, their families, especially those that may not have the means to do so. So they do amazing, great work. You can find my donation page a number of ways. It's in the chat. I also have it down in the description. Or if you just go to extra-life.org and search for Deconstruction Gaming, you'll find my profile page up there as well. So any donations is definitely appreciated. If you can't donate, that's fine as well. There's lots of other ways you can help. Watching the stream, if you are watching, I do appreciate that. Any watch time helps the algorithm kick in and get more people over here watching what we're doing. Whether you're watching the video or watching the live. Also, let's check here. Oh, no quick travel point. That's kind of disappointing. Okay. Here's where things get a little bit annoying. I don't know where we're supposed to go. It just says to travel. Oh, no, it should show us here. I think it'll turn purple.
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
Top one.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
If you can't donate, though, that I understand. You know, hang out with us. Do the old YouTube like, share, and subscribe. Any of that helps the channel. The more the channel helps, the more people are involved and watching, and they might donate. If you're willing, another way to help is just share the information. My link is copyable. You know, you can grab the link, copy it to your social media, share it with your friends and family. Maybe you know somebody who just likes to donate to charities and causes. Let them know. This is a great one, and any and all help is definitely worth it. So thank you in advance. We are at 829 right now, so we're coming up on the first 1,000. My goal for the year is to get to 2,500. Last year I was able to do 1,377. So I'm really hoping to up my game this year and get more and more money. Alright, looks like we picked up a bonus quest. Doesn't look to be staged, but we'll go ahead and grab some of these guys. Holy cow, they're all over the place. Grab you guys. See how many of these guys we can group up. Looks like they're attacking Mako.
Right behind you.
We'll pull Mako over here. So what we're doing now is we're trying to line of sight things. So I've got Mako on passive. So as I move her, yeah, you notice they're just shifting. So we'll bring them over here. The other thing that you can do is if you run away from them, they obviously have to get closer. And their pathfinding will sometimes run them together, so you can get them a little bit closer. Oh, still on cooldown. So again, if you don't want to do the bonus quests, they're completely optional. There's no requirement to do it. You can still do the main and get through the stuff. I like to be a completionist. There's obviously XP and conquests as part of the run of the bonus quests. Sometimes you'll get different options, light side, dark side stuff on a rare occasion. You will sometimes get different conversation from the quest turn-ins based off of whether you completed the bonus quest or not. But it is definitely good. So see how they all kind of ran forward? Because they were out of range of Mako. They all had to run forward, but in running forward they kind of converge, which gets them close enough together to drop our lovely deadly onslaught circle on top of it, which is kind of nice. It's a good way to wipe them out. Alright, what do we need? 15 more. This one feels a little bit like grindy. A lot of bonus quests. It's almost hard to not beat them, right? Like, okay, you have to invade this little dungeon hideout. You have to kill 10 guys, but to get into the dungeon, you have to unlock these 3 doors. And there's 12 guys guarding the doors, right? You're just going to get it naturally. This one feels a little bit like we probably could have got to the door without killing more than 10 guys. Alright, let's see. Don't know. Okay, so there's an instance there. I get nervous when I see an instance when it comes to bonus quests, because oftentimes what's inside the instance will be different than what's outside. The other thing is, you notice if we look at the map, the bonus quest is listed out here, although it does overlap, but it's not in here, right? So if you do want to do these, now theoretically we could go inside, and we might do this and hope that we pick up some more in the bonus quest. And then if we don't, this one's a pretty small, that looks to be pretty small, although I don't know if we end up going upstairs. But we could come back out here and finish these off. Now the negative side of that is if you get deep into an area, like let's say we go upstairs and there's 4 levels we have to travel through. Now to walk all the way outside is going to take time, right? And so in that case, I like to be able to just quick travel out. So here's what we're going to do. We'll try and experiment. If there are NPCs right inside the door, we try to. Okay, we got 2 guys there. We'll come back out and get them if we have to. But let's pop in here. Are there enemies? Okay, there are enemies in here. So let's see. Will these enemies trigger the bonus or not? Yep, they did. Nice. So the risk was probably worth it in this case. Where not sure how many are in here, but we'll keep track. Of the 35, that's 4 in here so far. 5, 6, 7. We're up to 8. Oh, thank you, sir. Didn't have to jump to you because mine was on full. It was nice of him to bring us in close so we can use all of our skills. Save me from having to walk up to him. Catch him on fire. What was that, 8 or 9? We'll say 8. Go conservative. Alright. I'm guessing we're going to end up in there eventually. So this is 10. Okay, so a little bit of a blurb there. Notice that the connection went down to nothing. It was kind of, we got a little bit laggy there. So I'm not sure what's going on with the servers today. Alright, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now, we could probably skip some of these guys. But it is nice. They've given us plenty of people. Working under the assumption, since the ones at the door counted, that these guys will also count. Probably would skip these guys. But those probably not. Like a console there behind me. Yeah, but roughly half of the guys were in here. So I'm going to take back a little bit of my grindiness, although I still think 35 is a little grand. Oh, I would have had to kill those guys because I needed the security key. Whoa, crap. Thought I was just... So mentally I had already said, okay, that unlocked the elevator. But that unlocked the elevator. Now we'll head over. So I was about to miss a step. I think there's a guy here. So that makes 19, if you would have counted. And again, not one you can skip. Because if you're in combat, you can't use this. Alright. Not too bad. Even for an elite. And we've got a pocket healer, so not a big deal. Alright, only one floor. Let's head on up. Use that corporate lift that skips all the other floors. Now there may or may not be combat up here. Oh, look out. Let's make sure it wasn't a secretary. Okay, so let's see, 19, 20, 21. Get these guys out. I'll take back a little of my quest design complaints from earlier. Bodyguard is tougher than Lookout. Lookout beat it in one punch. Is the body still back there? No, it's just...
All right.
Touring, because it's right there at the beginning.
Wait.
Sir? Don't know the half of it.
Not bad. I do tend to like Mako's responses. That's why I run with Mako. One of the reasons.
Wait, sir.
That's right. Big people mess with boss. Big people mess with
They're also not Imperial soldiers.
What else did
This is clearly a question of money, not loyalty. Am I right?
Mess with Blizz too. Okay. Bye, Blizz.
Who are we shooting today?
Wait, sir.
They're also not in...
I smell a pitch coming on.
This is clearly a question of money.
All right.
Smooth.
And just
try not to bother me.
Yeah. I got dibs.
Wait.
Oh, that skipped forward.
I got dibs on the big one.
Wait.
Sir?
They're also
That's interesting. So they did actually change the order a little bit. in...
You was boring me anyway.
Like, Scads reacted earlier than some of the other ones. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's do this for real now.
Wait.
Sir, they're dangerous.
Guys, I'd let your boss do the talking. Trust me.
I see they're obviously not Imperial soldiers. This is clearly a question of money, not loyalty. Am I right?
Everything's a question of money.
You're an entrepreneur, not a thug. I could tell the minute I laid eyes on you. The private sector always needs good talent, and we'll pay you what you're worth. Why collect one paltry bounty when I can pay you a fortune in regular wages?
Give me a reason to believe your offer is legit.
No credit transfers will be authorized given the circumstances, but I've got personal funds. Let me open my safe. Now remember, that's just an advance. The real money comes when the Imperials are no longer meddling with the bottom line.
I don't think it's going to let us do this, but we're going to see this out. I don't know if it's good to cross the Empire, but 3 is like sucker 1. 1 I don't think does anything, but I think the clemency thing is going to put him in a situation where he can't offer us, and then we'll basically follow the Imperial side. But
take care of the Republic's price on my head, and we'll talk.
A fresh start? Harder to grease the right palm since the Prime Minister sold out to the Empire, but it's possible.
Still going.
Hey, what gives?
It's you! Fire! Fire!
Yep. So I think we might have just been stalling. Not that it's gonna matter.
I'm just a pretty sidekick, Buster.
We can work this out. The Empire can have Corellia. I'll slip off world and retire somewhere in the colonies.
Make me drag you out of there, and they'll have to shoot your next press conference from the neck up.
Don't hurt me. I'm unarmed. I can't stop you. I'll go quietly.
Alright, so the capture was pretty much just a standard thing. Well, we took it as far as we could, trying to squeeze him for money, but nothing happened. So. Okay. What's our situation here? I think everything... We got chunks here, and then we've got the quick travel up to the ship. Let's start with that. So when we're in turn-in mode, you rarely are going to run across especially the way this level is divided up, you're rarely going to run across a situation where you're going to pick up a new mission along the way. So quick traveling back is pretty safe.
Here are the detonation codes. Brel Tavar was eager to hand them over.
I'm sure he was. Thanks to you, the Zerka Corellia Hullcracker is ours. These codes will awaken its power. Plus, due to your quick thinking with Brel Tavar, Zerkers learn to appreciate Imperial dominance.
So there's a line where that line would be different, right? If you keep him alive, we get that line. There's probably something along the lines of, thank you for removing the head, so now we can put an Imperial leader in or something like that, I would guess as well.
I have a way with people.
You may have lured Zerka in, but Corellian Engineering Corporation won't be so easily convinced. With the Hullcracker in our possession, we can finally shut down CEC and end their attacks on our rocket trams. But first, we must deal with their army. Legions of battle droids defend the CEC fortress. Our explosives team can't get close enough to detonate the Hullcracker.
CEC commands them somehow. Cut the droids off, and they lose control.
You're right. CEC uses signal towers to direct their army. It's their only weak point. Bringing down the signal towers will disrupt the droids. Our explosives team sneaks in, detonates the Hullcracker, and blows the CEC doors wide open.
If your army pitches in, we can wipe out every last tower.
The CEC defenses are designed to detect a large-scale attack. I can't
Detect,
sacrifice my
deflect.
men yet. Once you remove the signal towers, contact Commander Kraid in CEC territory. He'll prepare you for our final assault.
Alright, all those are, I don't say worthless, but they don't do us any good. Let's go up to the canteen is in the spaceport, but it's pretty close to the door. So we'll pop up there. And now we are on a turn-in tour. So we're just going to be looking for... Probably not going to be able to run far enough away, so we'll just wait. Oh, looks like we need to kill a couple of them first.
I took care of your workers. Their revolt should quiet down.
Tuto uya hawan chochikospa. Nira disas limo crispa dodanki con kupa.
All right. Let's see. That is the Hullcracker one. That's close to the tram. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a quick travel down there. Actually, hold on. Yeah, so that's heroic. We did miss one though. Okay, yeah, say something fell off. It's one of these GSI. Daily heroic. I think that's new. Yep, so it's kind of along the way here. So that's a new mission that I didn't see. Turn this guy in.
Kikuro Nenra, Kamakalak, Lapora Mamka, Mamni Nigag, Nagnaya Mamni, Kambram.
Gave us that 2,000 credits. Okay. All right. What do we got? Heroic. That one is for the Rat Ghoul invasion. All right, we'll go ahead and pop down here. Turn in the. This is for the bonus, that multi-stage bonus quest. Oftentimes at the end of those, you'll get an item that you have to turn in as part of the story. Probably going to be in our mission items, I would guess. What do we got? Security manifest and a clearance pass key. When we hit this drop box, it's going to be, there we go. I'm guessing one of those is going to go away. There it is. Alright, we're also getting pretty close to level 79. Okay, I believe he is also another heroic quest. We'll take a look. Yep, that's heroic as well, so... And we're just going to outrun the rat ghouls. And then we'll head up this direction. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh, this is still our turn in for our class quest.
You've obtained Chairman Fane. Good. We proceed on schedule. General, see to the bounty hunter's reward.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, he's nicer now.
Our next objective is to bring Corellia's beasts to heel. You will be the one to break them.
You want an animal handler? Find a circus.
Silence.
Oh. Mouthing off to him might not be a good idea.
The Corellians cohabit with a number of species. The most numerous and organized are the Selonians. The Republic needs to see the Selonians accede to the Empire. A representative must be acquired.
Never seen a Selonian. What am I looking for?
Man-sized vermin with enough intelligence to fear us. They support the rebellion from Coronet City's interstitial maintenance corridors. One particularly tenacious animal leads packs of raiders to undermine our front lines. It will make as good an example as any. General Trow will brief you on the battle plan. When you have the creature, bring it to me in Axial Park.
You got someplace more important to be?
I lead from the front. Do not keep me waiting.
Trying to locate the Selonian raiders in the guts of Coronet City would be almost futile. Instead, you'll target an invaluable Selonian resource and force these raiders to defend it.
What's important enough that they'd risk fighting on our terms?
Selonians rely on a small breeding caste to reproduce. With their future at stake, the Selonians will have no choice but to act. Raid the Selonian warrens under Labor Valley, take your hostages, and hold them at these coordinates.
And if the Selonians aren't getting the message?
Use your discretion. So long as their leader is captured, the others are expendable. These shock collars will keep the alien filth in line while you lead them to the ambush coordinates. When your objective is complete, report directly to Darth Torman in Axial Park. Just follow the sound of destruction.
Alright, so that's getting us up to the next area. So as soon as we finish these, those will all probably also push us up to the next area. And we made conquest, so there's our rewards for that. We are going to go ahead and open this gear crate because actually we've got some time, but this is actually better gear. It's a augment or enhancement, and I think that clears pretty much everything there. Alright, I think we should clear this starting area, and then we can head over to Labor Valley. Oh, I didn't get on my speeder. I hit the speeder button, but it was loading. Alright, might just put that down. Oh, bad circle. Oh, they have loot. Alright. So what do we gotta do here? We've got to not drive past our... Oh, that's the tram. Okay, it's probably gonna be quickest to go down and around, so let's see. Saboteur leaders, saboteurs. Yeah, I don't think we can cut through this section anyway. Maybe, but it looks like we're gonna come down to the main road here. This is where speeder piloting is nice to have. So yeah, I guess you could probably cut through that area there, but we'll stick to the main road. Main roads are nice for a couple of reasons. In general, you'll see less enemy spawns, you know, on your main paths or roads. So it's easier to get by stuff. Doesn't mean they might not be there. Like if we would have cut down through there, you know, that's there's gonna be all kinds of enemies and such there. And it doesn't mean you can't run past them, but they can knock you off your speeder, and they could also slow you. You'll be going slower when you're in combat. So, all right, looks like we got a side quest to pick up here.
Watch yourself, Hunter. I don't know how much of this zone's rigged. We were running down a bunch of filthy drow when we hit one of their mines. Put most of my guys out of commission.
Sounds like you could use a hand. Fortunately, I'm available. For a price.
It's
That
embarrassing.
voice sounded a little bit different.
But I could use the help. The drow may be a bunch of alien furballs, but they captured an arms factory crammed full of blasters and mines. They'll ship those weapons from the arms factory to the rebels unless we stop them. And if you hadn't noticed, we're not going anywhere.
Why are you wasting my time?
I don't know about you, but the thought of the occupation getting compromised by a bunch of overgrown weasels makes me sick. If all that firepower ends up in rebel hands, we are looking at a major threat to Imperial forces on Corellia. If you can't take that factory, I don't know who will.
I can do it, but I didn't build this rep by doing charity work.
I figured. I'll give you whatever I can spare. Just watch your step. They're putting their new mines to good use.
Alright, so we picked up a new mission there as well. Let's go ahead and knock that one out first. What are we supposed to do? Disarm the mines. Pretty straightforward. Check for a bonus mission here. Be surprised if there wasn't. And there is not. Maybe turrets. If not, we'll just see if we can sneak our way through around here. Alright. So, in these kind of situations, especially when you're dealing with mines, usually you just want to get close enough to where your cursor changes color. And then you can meet your quest objective. Sometimes they will actually be real mines. So let's just... There we go. Not that the damage was that big of a deal, but it just makes it harder to meet the quest objectives. Pulled both turrets, that kind of sucks. I would doubt that you can push the NPC through the mine. That would be funny. We'll jump over it and see if it triggers. It does. Okay, so when you're talking about triggers, these have a trigger box that actually is up and above, right? So I'm going to try to... we'll do this after we get out of combat. We'll experiment with this a little bit. So sometimes the trigger box might be really, really thin and on the floor, which means if you jump over it, it wouldn't trigger something, right? Now let's see if we can jump over this one. So that one, as soon as we got above it, we hit the trigger box. So the trigger box is an invisible box. It has some height. It's pretty tight, though. It looks like we are directly in the center. So you can get pretty close to these, right? Like, you know, we're actually up on the mine there. So the trigger box is, yeah, looks like it's linked right around, you know, maybe this internal spot where, like, this is probably a square, you know, because it's probably a box, but it's pretty tight on there. So in this case, you can actually get pretty close before they blow up. All right, that should be the last one. Oh, there's more. What do we need to do now? So this is in a phase. Okay, we do have a bonus here, 20. It's pretty big number for a side quest. Hopefully they're nice and thick. Yeah, nice big groups like this is kind of nice. Alright, let's take a look at where we're at. probably the exit door. Yep, that's locked there. We're going to leave that group for now. If we need them on the way out, we can. If we don't, they're very skippable. Maybe we can just get to the instance and not have to do it. Feels like there are quite a few guys. Alright. Nice and spread out. What a pain. Alright, let's keep poking our way back. I'm guessing there's a console or a terminal. There we go. These guys are nice and tight. There's a draw. Go into Star Wars lore. I should have used that. Those things are actually pretty powerful. They do quite a bit of damage. The explosion ones, the electrical ones, are the kind of a poisony one. There's a stun one as well that you can get. Any others? I can't remember. I think that's all. Electric, poison, explosion, stun. Is there a second stun? Oh, there's a freeze one, which is a stun. Come on. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get the. I didn't know that. We might have to kill that group on the way out. I'll interrupt his heat beam. So for these kind of fights, interrupts and escapes, I've got mine down here. The incapacitation and the interrupt, probably not needed, although can make your life a little bit easier. Alright, what are we looking for? Shut down the production lines. Oh, there we go. Plenty of guys back here. That's gonna finish the bonus. Oh, so anyway, there's the draw, there's humans, and then Seleniums. I believe are all three, I think, native species to Corellia. There's the three major species on Corellia. Trying to remember if I have to look on Wikipedia. If you don't use Wikipedia, Wikipedia is awesome. Probably one of the largest collections of all things historically Star Wars that you could find. Ooh, I was expecting a terminal. Turned around and saw a big robot. Okay. Again, this is just old tanky habits. Since Mako is standing there, I moved over here. He does have a knockback. This doesn't help me much. I could stand maybe. That might stop me from getting knocked back. Although if you get knocked back far enough and you have a charge, and you can reuse that to charge back. But also, it faces him in this direction, so that if he has any kind of a cone attack, a frontal attack, it doesn't hit your healer. Alright, I think that's it. So again, I think we'll be able to essentially sneak out this way, or not. Oh, I'm disappointed. I thought that door would open up. Anyway, let's do an experiment, right? So, keep these guys over here. So, this electrical attack, and there we go. So you can see it, hitting the group. It'd be nice to just kind of give you some extra DPS. So. Alright, looks like we have to go the long way then. Out we go. And I don't think there is a quick travel point over here, so since our turn-in is going to be back towards where we want to go in anyway. Yep. We're good. Alright. So we've got one more side quest, and we go after the CEC signal towers, and that should clear this area. Notice since the mines are no longer active for us, you know, so when that trigger was written, yeah, we're just going to skip that. The trigger has code linked to it. So there's a trigger box there. It's still there. It didn't go away. But basically it says, okay, only run this code, you know, one of two ways. Like, are you on this quest? If yes, when you enter trigger box, play explosion, you know, do damage. Might work the other way as well. It might be like, when you enter trigger box, check to see if you're on the mission. If you're on the mission, play explosion. If not on mission, do nothing. Could work one of either way.
The weapons facility is clear. The draw won't be distributing arms to anyone.
You boys see that? That's how professionals get things done. Command will get that factory under Imperial control in no time.
I'm always a professional.
Hey, when you got it, you got it. Good luck to you.
Okay, what's on the other side? We are looking for 2 saboteur leaders and 4 saboteurs. Hopefully this one will be relatively straightforward. Don't know if the Night Saboteur is a leader. We will find out. Nope, one of those was the leader. Rebel Saboteur, Republic Saboteur, Smuggler. Let's see which one. Not sure what made him a leader. That was kind of odd. We'll pay attention this time. Boom, not a leader. Let's kill the Smuggler next. Yep, Smuggler was the other leader. So that's going to be a leader. That should give us our 4th, though. Claim my reward at the drop box. That's all the way back at the spaceport. Alright, that one was pretty straightforward. Don't see any more missions back here. Alright, in we go. See how deep we can get in here before we to fight anything. That other side had a lot of guys on it. Yeah, we'll help these guys out. Feeling generous today. Mostly I was just checking for a bonus mission. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, they both look about the same. Our guys were on this side, so we'll go down this way. Can't tell if there's a spawn on the other side or not. Alright, see a gold. See some shipwreck parts on the ground. So far, minimal resistance. Alright, looks like there's that and that. Okay. So on this map we could probably go either direction. Let's try this one. Oh, there we go. So what is it? CEC forces. Now, it gave us 25. I'm going to assume this is probably a relatively involved mission gains importance to our class, so we're going to not really chase after guys. We'll just kind of fight what's along the way. Ooh. That's a juicy group there, though. Get them all pulled up into there. So see how they... that one's melee. but as they're getting in range, I can't reach those guys. It did kind of group them up, so we'll go ahead and drop this on their heads. Alright. We're not going to run all the way back there too bad. Try to keep this somewhat efficient. And we're already over halfway. And we haven't gone that far. And the towers are out in a whole nother area. We're going to hope that there are also bonus guys out there. Looks like it. Yeah, I think we're going to get plenty. A little more spread out. There's a nice melee guy. Yeah, yep, we can get all three of you guys here. So what we'll do is we'll make Mako attack that one. She may or may not kill him, but you know, guy down to half health just makes us fighting him that much easier. Okay, what are we looking for? Signal towers. That's got promise. I think we'll go over there and see. This probably might not have been the best route. Yeah. I thought I could sneak by him.
I'm not scared of you.
Okay. There's two there. That could be something as well. So, to me, these feel more like signal towers up here. So let's see what we got. There we go. Nice. It's always good to see that glowy clicky. Alright. Where is... Okay. Oh, my microphone was in the way. I couldn't see that down there. I'm like, you're not going to make me go all the way back to the ship, are you? Alright, that's not too bad. And got a little lucky there. We went this direction, so we've already cleared part of this spawn. We'll see if we can avoid the others. At least as much as we can. We'll cut through the trees. We'll let them overhear our plans.
The CEC signal towers are down. The droids aren't getting coordinated orders.
Very good. With their security confused, we can take the hull cracker right to CEC's doorstep. Everything is in place, Darth Jarnus. Finally. Once CEC falls, the rocket trams can spread our forces across Corellia. Then this planet will be ours. We must move quickly. Zerka's hull cracker is already in the field. Are you ready to shove it down CEC's throat?
Double my fee, or you can hit CEC yourself.
Always a mercenary, I see. Fine. I'll request emergency funds at once, payable on CEC's demise. Commander, have your explosives team prime the hull cracker. Once you're in, sack the border directors and disable the ion cannons. When the rocket trams are back online, we'll ramp up our invasion.
Okay, so this is a case where, and I talk about this a lot, like if we wouldn't have completed that bonus, we're like, there's going to be plenty of time to do it later. This mission ended, which means the bonus ended. Now it's given us a new mission, which is to get up here and do this, but that also, you know, again, it would have taken away that bonus mission that we were on. So, all right, I'm just waiting for him to walk by. And I think we're in an instance here. So, usually inside of an instance, you know, once you clear out a spawn, they're not going to come back. Let's see if we can cut through there. Which is kind of nice. Out in the open world, because multiple players need access to stuff, things will respawn. But inside an instance, it's your own little private copy. You don't have to worry about it so much. Yeah, there are definitely plenty of guys to fight. This is also where you have to do what we call suspend disbelief. No, I don't think it is an instance. So this is open. So they could respawn. They should respawn. Like, all these guys just watched us run right through, right? You just have to kind of accept it for what it is. Accept the game mechanics over the realism of them watching us run right up to the front door. Alright, so here we go. We've seen this quest pattern before, where our team's doing its work. At least this time they're doing the work, and we're gonna get waves, right? Waves of attacks. Now, will they attack us or them? No? Alright, the next wave we're gonna hide. As far as I know, I don't think you can fail a mission. Come on, Mako. Come on, come on. Yeah, so they're not... I want to see if they would actually attack them and interrupt them or anything like that. So really what you're looking at here is the triggers are not based off anything those NPCs are doing. They're playing an idle animation. You know, they'll stand there, sit there, and work on that bomb until we get done. So the triggers are based off of the first wave came in. If we don't kill that first wave, the second wave's not coming. Now, sometimes you'll see things where it'll be on a timer and you can get overrun, but that doesn't happen very often. So when you have these wave triggers, so we kill the first one, that triggers the second. We kill the second, that triggered the third. The third's just going to stand there forever. Like, we could literally log off at this point and most likely come back in here and continue. Now, depending on how the setup and the coding works, it could reset it and start the wave thing over. Especially inside of instances, you'll see that if you're gone for long enough. But for the most part, it just kind of remembers where you were. Alright, so we've got, again, increasing difficulty in the third wave. 3 is a number. Game developers love the number 3. Tech people love the number 3. If you're ever making a list, you oftentimes see people making a list of this, this, and this. The number 3 is a very popular number. So we'll see if we get a 4th wave. But it feels like with the elite here. There we go. That was going to be the end. Get back. No. This can sometimes kill you. Yeah, this one not so much. So sometimes those will actually do damage, sometimes they won't. On Tatooine, we ran into one where I think if it shoots the laser down from the sky, it kills you if you get too close. So, all right, in we go. So, again, if I remember right, access the boardroom. I think we're supposed to capture these guys. Now, we are on a new mission. So something I didn't do outside that maybe could have made a difference is because this is a new mission. It theoretically could have a new bonus mission attached to it. So, potentially, yeah. if we would have killed the guys outside, we might not have enough in here. I don't know if this is just linked to inside. Let's take a look at what that these guys. It is in here. Let's see if it's... Okay. No, I don't think these guys would have counted in there. They might have. You'll see that sometimes where even though the quest circle is not in that area, it's just looking for a unit type. And sometimes where that unit type, we saw this on Boss, where that unit type is located won't matter. Most of the time it does, right? Most of the time it's like, no, you have to be in the circle to meet the criteria. But occasionally you'll see a trigger that's set up wrong. So, you know, if you go back, this was last week, I think, on Voss, where in the Nightmare Lands, you know, we picked up a bunch of missions, and then when we started running them, we went off and started triggering a bonus mission, and the bonus mission had nothing to do with the area we were in. The bonus mission was way over on the other side, but it was the right type of creature, and so it did trigger it. So you will see that on occasion. But usually it kind of works this way, so, you know, this is inside of here, but if we would have been out here in that previous area killing stuff, may not have actually triggered the bonus mission. Let's see, we're at 15, so looks like we're not enough here. Definitely pulled. I don't know if these guys were all in one spawn group or if I just pulled both spawns. Seems a little spread out for a single group. Hard to say. They'll do that sometimes if they don't want you to be able to sneak through. Like you'll pull the whole spawn group. Alright, this should be the last one. There we go. We'll collect ourselves some. So I'm going to shift click on this one since she was running over. Now if she's already harvesting and you right click, you'll go ahead and harvest that one as well. Alright, I don't think we're sneaking past both of those guys. I wouldn't have thought they would have been linked together. That's interesting. I would have thought, since he was moving, I thought it would be a different spawn group. Alright, grab the metal Mako. Where are we headed? Almost there. Almost there. We're just going to skip those guys. They can live to tell the tale of Decon Extra Life storming the control board room. Alright, so what do we got up here? I'm guessing some kind of a wall switch. Not thinking we're going to sneak by all these guys, so we'll just take out this left side. They're droids. I'm not sure if these guys will live or tell our tales of heroic assault on the CEC board. I should have noticed that. We will use this though again. Yeah, I talk about what kind of damage those do. Killed that one, nearly killed that one. Half killed this one. Yeah, again, they can be a valuable part of your DPS when you're coming into groups like this. Oh, right. Not sure on this particular design. Although I think I had to get control codes or something, I guess.
First you break into my company,
not just a switch.
Then you barge in here without an appointment.
An appointment is your big worry?
My droids will throw you out piece by piece. Then Darth Charnas will realize CEC can't be taken.
Delusions may shield your sanity, but they won't protect CEC.
This is C9X, the perfect marriage of Zerka's lethality and CEC's inspired engineering. Even controls nearby droids with a custom signal emitter. Combat tests went through the roof. Costs a fortune, but that's the price of freedom.
You should have just bought a ticket off Corellia.
This marvel's an investment in CEC's future. Nothing's more important. Come on, C9X, show your stuff.
Oh, you roars. and he's only a strong. Disappointed CPC. I wish there was an option to make an appointment. That would have been hilariously fun. I can only think of... There's one quest on Dantooine that kind of plays off of that gaming trope of, why didn't you just do this thing? You know, like in this particular quest, if there was an option early on, it's like, just make an appointment and walk in and not have to fight. It would have been interesting.
Business is war, gentlemen, and we've almost got the scum beat.
Master Moss, we have company.
You? That means C9X. You destroyed him? Impossible.
This is your last chance. Bow to Imperial rule or die.
No one tells me when to retire. Droids!
Oh, I don't think we have to keep this guy alive.
Benton, he has the C9X signal emitter. Maybe we should do what he says.
Corellian Engineering Corps stands for something. This is our chance to do the same. Go ahead. Turn our droids on us. If you enslave CEC, it won't be with our help.
Droids, take them to Commander Crate at the Imperial outpost.
We'll let him deal with them.
Play nice, and you'll never see me again.
You may have won this fight, but the Resistance won't fall so easily.
All right.
CEC iron cannons are offline. The rocket trams can run again. We must celebrate. Come to the Tears of Taris at once.
Back to the Tears of Taris. Alright, let's turn in our side quest. It's just Dropbox. Darth Charnas was... He was nicer. It's the other guy. That choked me. Would probably appreciate killing them more. Okay, where is... Oh, there we go. Right next to the terminal. I think this is going to level us. 79. Alright, I don't see anything new. Heroic. Up to the Tears of Taris we go. It would have been cool if they would have... Again, this is overly critical. Put like the outline of a ship here, although scale-wise it probably wouldn't look right. Alright, if you haven't joined us before, where are we at? Almost 1 o'clock. We're streaming SWTOR. We stream Star Wars The Old Republic every Saturday from 10 to 2 West Coast Pacific time. We stream for a group called Extra Life. Extra Life raises money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So you'll find a donation link in the chat, donation link in the description below, or just go to extra-life.org and search for Deconstruction Gaming, and you'll find my page. So far this year, we've raised $829. So getting closer and closer to that 1,000 mark, trying to get to 2,500 by the end of the year. So we've got some work to do. But I think we can make it.
Outstanding job. The CEC surrender shook the rebellion. We'll mold their board into icons of Imperial loyalty.
Oh, so
my
he liked
master wishes to express his gratitude.
I am Darth Decimus, member of the Dark Council, architect of Corellia's invasion. I've been watching you, victor of the Great Hunt, champion of the Blacklist. How fortunate that your latest prey brought you here. Corellia is filled with wretched people, crude, scheming animals, begging to be conquered. We can help them by winning this battle, but I require your help.
So as you wish sounds a very obedient Sith answer. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for the money one. Yeah, middle is kind of middle ground, but My help will cost you is definitely the mercenary.
I need money up front.
Charity is for the weak and the lazy. The Empire is neither. You'll be well rewarded. Follow me and you'll
My contract
swim in the
negotiation
spoils of
skills
war.
at their finest.
But first, we destroy the rebellion. We must decorate Corellia with their dead. Take a rocket tram to the ruins of Labor Valley. Help Major Tradic burn the rebels out of hiding. Then we will speak again.
All right. Starting our climb up to the last level. Level 80 is the current level cap. And I think we've also cleared out all of the Incorporation Island section. So you notice that we've got both of our purple quest icons. So this will be our new quest hub for our theme park style. Because we did go all the way through, I'm going to be, let's pop down here real quick. Because we rode the rocket tram right at the beginning, we don't have to ride the rocket tram. We can directly pop over there. It is definitely nice if you have your quick travel completely unlocked. So if you go to your other section here, which one is it? Fleet Pass. There we go. So if you unlock all of these, it'll move your quick travel down to, it has 0 cooldown time. So I'm poking my head out here just real quick. We're going to skip those guys. So normally what we do is we come down here to the tram. Now, from a quest layout design, so that's the Rat Goal event. That's the other heroic, I believe. Yep. Sometimes, because they know you have to go through here, right? Like the way the quest is designed is you're going to drive up here and you're going to take the rocket tram over. You'll sometimes see what we call herald quests, where it's like, okay, you know, this infected citizen, for lack of anybody else, you know, they're going to be standing here. They're going to be like, hey, you talk to me, and you click on the quest icon, and there'll be something like, you know, if you're going to Labor Valley, you know, my husband's missing, you know, could you check in my house or something like that. You'll get those kind of what we call a herald quest, and it's designed to take you to the next area. Now it's pretty obvious the next area is where we need to go just based off of our quests already, but you'll see that as side or exploration quests. Alright, but since we don't want to ride the rocket tram, we're going to go ahead and just quick travel. And again, because we have no cooldown, this is doable. Now if you had a cooldown, maybe, you know, you do something a little bit different, but I use the quick travel like a personal shuttle, right? So same thing here. You know, we've got a new quest there. We've got our Queen's Ransom. I think that's the planet quest. Let's look real quick. Yeah, Into the Fire is our class quest, origin story. I keep trying to make sure, I'm trying to convert myself over to saying the new words, origin story, off the expansion. Alright. Is that the... Oh, that's the guy we let live. Double effort ensure that we can be full of production capacity in the Empires. So again, you see these flavor emails, right? We let him live. If we would have killed him, we might have got a very similar mail from the new head of Zerka, and it would be something along the lines of like, hey, you know, thanks to your efforts, I am now the new president of Zerka. Here's a reward. So you get kind of the same stuff, just with a different flavor quite often. Okay, this appears to be our little camper quest hub. What's going on over here? Oh, okay. It's a flashpoint. I'm not going to bother with that. Let's go ahead and start collecting up our side quests and our main quest here. And then we'll see where that takes us. I'm going to guess most of the quests are going to be down in this area.
I'm ruined. Finished. Those Blastosalonians with their riots and their mangy hides. Too busy fighting the Empire to think about the working man. The entrepreneur.
They'll be put down soon enough. Then you can get back to whatever it is you do.
Arms dealing. At least until those rodents put me out of business. Major Tradick's expecting me to deliver a shipment of military-grade ordnance, but the Furball Coalition won't even let a rumor get through. It's not just the Solonians, either. Wookiees, Strawl, just about every flea bag in the galaxy's stonewalling me.
You want to hire me?
Assuming you can get the job done. I'm sure you don't give a Cathar's hackles about me, but there's an entire regiment of Imperial troops waiting for this gear. If you clear out those mongrels, I should be able to deliver the merchandise. Heck, I'll cut you in on a slice of the profits.
Oh, I won't do it for free.
You got yourself a deal.
So you'll do it? Maybe I'm not headed for financial ruin after all.
Maybe
the Wookiees and the Drawl are the ones I'm most concerned about. Thin their numbers a bit, and we'll be in business.
You got a deal. All right. Grab the other side quest here, then we'll talk to our origin story quests.
You're just in time for the show. Grab some turf. Things are about to get fun. The Corellian Star Drive Corporation has been funding resistance cells all over the city. So I'm turning their headquarters into a crater. As soon as I get the all clear from my buddy down there, I'll flip the switch and boom. No more corporation.
A corporation that cares about profits should be open to negotiation.
They're funding resistance cells all over the city. General Hesker wants an example made. And here's the call I'm expecting.
Blow it, quick! They know we're here! Repeat, the Republic's found us! Blow it!
Last. Long-range detonator's not working. The pubs must have put a dampening field up.
Does he need help getting out of there?
He'll get himself out. Right now, we got a bigger gundark to wrestle. A short-range detonator will still blow the charges, but you'd have to fight half the pub army while doing it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds. Respectfully, sir, you've got to help.
I like an explosion as much as the next person. This should be fun.
The pubs will certainly make it fun for you, but the fireworks are worth it. There's a delay on each bomb after it's triggered. That'll give you time to get out of the blast zones. Don't stick around after you set them off. The timer's not that long, and it's a big boom.
Oh, I wonder if it'll kill us. Oh, right. Major Tradick.
Welcome to the Blitz, Hunter. Darth Decimus said we'd be receiving your services. What we've got here is a clean-up operation. Factories were moving massive amounts of supplies to rebels across Corellia. Bomber brigades came in. We rained fire on their heads, ripped the factories apart. We just need to beat down the rebels hiding out inside.
What's causing the delay?
My boys are in the field, but the enemy's tearing them apart. Now that you're here, we can revise our attack. We're getting intel from an inside source. Unfortunately, his dalliances with the local women make him perpetually late.
Manners, Major Tradick. We all have our vices. I'm sorry we haven't met. I'm Darbin Sul, Corellia's top counselor, friend to the Empire. I hope the Major hasn't dirtied my reputation.
Why is a Corellian aiding the Empire?
I've always been a firm supporter of the Empire. And the promise to become Corellia's Prime Minister didn't hurt. I have friends, acquaintances in the Resistance. I pretend I'm sympathetic to their fight, and they tell me things like who's supplying them. Certain factories were churning out military-grade munitions, battle droids, you name it. All donated right to the Resistance across the core worlds.
That's why we bombed those factories into an inferno.
Not quite the subtle approach I hoped for. The bombardment trapped the rebels in the burning wreckage. Now they're angry, desperate, and sitting on the largest weapons stockpile in the core. If the rebels get those weapons functional, we may as well abandon Corellia.
The rebels will be easy prey once I destroy their stockpiles.
Those Corellians fight dirty. Whatever munitions they've got have downed every squad sent their way.
You'll do better. Just wipe out their weaponry. If I know my people, they'll bow to the Empire once their hope is crushed.
So it's another typical, entire squads have tried to do this and nobody could make it through. So you should go by yourself and do just fine. Alright, so again, you know, we've kind of got our quest hub cleared out, which has, you know, created a, hopefully just an arc of quests that we can get ourselves through here. So we'll start over here on the west side and look for, that appears to be a dead end. Yep. Look for paths to get down there. Also, you know, we'll kind of take a nice wide corner here. Alright, once you start to see, you know, enemies, then chances are there's not a ton of quests. Occasionally you'll see a quest out in the field, but now we should be able to mostly just head to our quest hub. So same thing here, right? There's enemies in here, but if you stay pretty much on the main road, you can avoid the worst of it. They'll sometimes put them at the door, different things like that. Alright, let's get Alright, well that was the wrong direction. I don't know that we can get up there from here, so we may end up doing that one last. We might work our way around. I can't remember if there's a thing here in the middle. Maybe up, so these, if you look, are kind of shaded. Those are the tunnels. Alright, so maybe up around that way. I can't tell, but I don't see, like that door's blocked. Yeah, I don't think we're getting there from here. So we will go ahead and just head, we'll head east from here and hope we can get up to the other quests. So, if nothing else, we're getting all this juicy XP for exploring the map, which really isn't that much, but what did we get? 3,361 of that last little section. Alright, well, hopefully there's a southern tunnel here. I guess right over there. Certain sections of Corellia can be, I don't know, annoying to navigate. Part of it is just the general city design, to be honest. Like, you know, but also what they do is they make it so that, you know, different sections are destroyed, so you can't get through there based off the war and different things along those lines. Alright, I think we can slip between those two guys. If not, we can just outrun them. Oh, right. I'm trying to think. I can't imagine we're going to run into any missions out here. Although sometimes you will. So we'll take this southern route. Although now that I say that, it feels like there's something in this area. But what we'll do is we'll come around and come back to the center. And then that should at least get us within range of any potential quest icons. If you keep an eye on your map while you're traveling in this mode, you know, if anything pops up like there, you can see the range of that resource, right, as they kind of pop up. We should hopefully see any future quest icons on that map. Alright, we'll go ahead and head north here. Level 80 assassin. Don't know what he'd be doing out here, to be honest. Unless there's maybe a heroic? Don't know. I'm going to cut back here a little bit just to kind of check for missions. Not seeing anything. so we'll come to this corner. Take stock of our situation here. Okay. So it looked like, so one thing you can do, so you notice that on this map, you know, this kind of ends here, right? Coincidentally or conveniently, on this map, exploration doesn't matter. So, while I can't see on my main map what's up here, I can see on this map that it goes up and takes a left. So that's probably going to put me, I don't know if it goes all the way to here or up into this area. So we're not going to go that way. We're going to go ahead and slip over this way, because I think this is open down here on the end when we drove by it before. Right, so again, on this map I can't really tell, but on this map, now by default, you know, this map does have a closer zoom. One of the first things I always make sure is I'm zoomed out as far as I can. Right, it gives me the widest view so I can start to see stuff. So again, I can see a road going up that way, I can see a road going up that way. I think we're going to take this broken up road down here, because it appears to be taking us in the correct direction. So it just kind of helps when you're trying to navigate and look around. Now that I've triggered that, right, you're going to see that this is opened up, and now I can see on the main map. Okay, so what are we looking for? Draws and Wookiees, and our class quest. We'll go ahead and knock our class quest out first. Don't often do that. Alright, so what I'm hoping is we can get through most of Labor Valley here today, which will give us 2 areas left, and if we want to do the heroics for the last stream of June. And then we'll have to figure out what we do next, because at that point we're actually through the story, the class story. Doesn't mean there's not more stuff we can do. You know, we could do Ilum, we could do Fallen Order and Eternal Throne, and there's all kinds of stuff we could do, but we have been playing this character quite a bit, so we might change things up, we might not. I haven't decided yet. If you have any thoughts, feel free to leave them down there in the comments, or hit me on my socials, like a Twitter DM, probably be the easiest way. Alright, so we gotta get those. You know, is there certain content you want to see? What can we do in the Old Republic or that might be interesting or helpful? We could run group content. We could do flashpoints and uprisings and such. I'm relatively familiar with most of those. Although, usually it's like we get into the flashpoint and I'm like, I don't remember what this is. And then we work our way through it and we get to the boss and it's like, oh yeah, crap, I remember this guy. So I get a lot of that. But I've done most of the content in all different games. So we could put together some groups and run some group content if anybody's interested in. Could do some, I don't want to call it crazy, but some, oops, let's not leave that there. I've been 2-manning Master Mode Flashpoint. So two players, 2 companions, instead of 4 players. We've gotten through, I think we're up to Directive 7 now. I think we've done them all up to Directive 7. Well, that was pretty straightforward. So I have to go back and talk to him. Alright, we'll keep working our way around. Is there anything back here that... Yeah. Unfortunately, because we do have other quests, we have to manually travel out of here. Sometimes if I have a bunch of these like bases that you have to raid, I will look inside the bases and try to figure out which one is the biggest and do that one last so that you can quick travel out when you're done. Okay, looks like Wookiee is the tough guy, the Drolls are the Simperers. We need 6 of each. Hopefully there's some just groups of Wookiees. Otherwise we're going to be killing 12 Drolls instead of 6. We shall see. If they're all stacked this way. Alright, so yeah, we could run some group content like that. Could make a new character. What else could we do? It's been a long time since I've run operations, so if I had enough people we could try some operations. But flashpoints and uprisings are easier to put a group together for. Alright, what do we still need? Wookiees? Yep. Oh, there's 2 Wookiees back there. That should end it for us. Good PvP, although that can be hit or miss, depending on how many people are doing it. Saturday shouldn't be too bad. Although I'll be honest, once I capped my Valor on a character, I haven't PvP'd a lot since then. I know a lot of people like it, and it can be fun. Definitely better if you have a group of people you trust. Just using the matchmaker, you'll get all kinds of weird things. Okay, I think we had a bug, and I didn't notice it just until now. So we came down through here, and we were standing here, and the entrance to this was here. Now, one of a couple of things have happened. I don't think these have changed. So sometimes we might have done something and triggered a change, but it looks like this was just in the wrong place. And so something updated. It might be when we were exploring sections that it updated and we missed it. I'm not sure, but that's a good sign because that means I won't have to like travel all up and around here to get to it. So I'll have to go back and look at the video, make sure I'm just not seeing things, but I'm pretty sure that was set up that way. Alright, but since we're already over here, we're going to go ahead and go pick up this quest here. Make sure we get it done. And then we'll probably quick travel back and... Oops, are we at a dead end there as well? Yep. Alright. Looks like there's a tunnel down here, though, that we can hopefully get through. That looks to be open. Yipper. And again, we'll probably try to avoid as much of the spawns as we can. The only thing that we're potentially missing out on, I don't think those would give anything, would be a codex entry for something. You can sometimes get those by fighting different groups. Okay. Let's see if going north here has an open path or not. Yeah, I think that's just dim because the road's all beat up here. It's like a crashed, almost looks like a satellite. Satellite or a... Oh, there we go. Got a nice quest here.
Another day, another planet welcomed into our glorious empire. Pity the locals don't appreciate it. They should be thanking us. Instead, they fight. Call us conquerors, oppressors. The Republic has poisoned their minds. But no matter. Their factories are in ruins, their supplies dwindle. Soon these radicals will be powerless.
Have fun with that.
They still have plenty of bite, which is why we must defang them. The rebels are scattered, desperate, reliant on a few supply caches to maintain their resistance. And we've located one such cache. It's heavily guarded, but confiscating those supplies will rob the insurgents of much-needed resources. Can I count on you for this?
I'll do my best.
The rebels are hurting for supplies. They won't give up that cache without a fight.
Alright, so that's a little bit farther in, so... Alright, let's go ahead and knock this one out. Again, an instance, so we don't have to compete with anybody. What are we supposed to be doing in here? Detonate explosives in the lab. Detonate explosives in the meeting room. That's subtle. So yeah, this was the long-range scanner versus the short-range detonator.
Pretty sidekick, Buster.
Alright, not seeing a bonus mission. My leap was on cooldown. Alright. Fight these guys too. Keep me going. See how much damage she can do over there. Keep going, Mako. You can take him. I have faith in you. Yeah, she's gonna do it. She's gonna get him. Come on, Mako. Oh, there she did it. Nice work. You make a great sidekick. Know what she says? I'm not just a sidekick. You took out a strong. You should be proud. Okay, I gotta do it. Let's see if it hurts me. Might kill me. If it kills me, then we have to quick travel. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Now, if you don't want to have to go back to base and walk yourself all the way out here, it's probably a good idea to get away from explosions like that, because on occasion they actually will hurt you. Now, most of the time they're going to do some damage and you'll be fine. You just keep moving. But on occasion they will hurt you, which is just going to slow you down, because you basically end up at the nearest spawn point. And we'd have to manually travel back out here. Good, alright. I'm gonna run over here though and try to catch this guy before he walks, because then I can get both of these strongs inside of an area attack. Do a little more total damage. The area attacks are nice once you get the groups up above, like 3 or 4. If you're just fighting 2, oftentimes it's probably just as efficient, if not more so, just to use a single attack on one, single attack on the other. Area attacks do burn a lot of resource. You know, in my case, heat. So that's something you gotta watch out for. So I don't know how many waves of spawn or of quest hub spawns there are here. There's often a couple. Although this one seems to be, only I guess one so far. Giving us some quests out in the wild, right? Like we picked this one up, which is going to steer us up to this next one. And if my memory is correct, I think there's a datacron up there. Yeah, you can kind of see the glow right there. Probably not going to go and get it. But to get to it, you have to go. Let's see if I remember. Can you get there? Is it this way? No. trying to remember where the start of it is. Maybe it is there. I thought you had to jump up on this thing. But maybe not. Because I thought you ended up there. And then down in there and up those pipes. This just doesn't feel like a jump you can make. Is it down here? Nope. I'm trying to remember where you start. Like I said, oh, there you go. Yeah, that thing's moving. Alright. Oh, there it is. So it's up this pipe. So when you get farther in here, these turn into bigger jumping puzzles, right? And then you're up here. Then once you ride this across and drop down there, then it's mostly just climbing boxes and pipes to get over to that, and then that gets you over there. This moves here relatively quickly. Alright, let's go ahead and ride it over. Datacron hunting is a whole different thing. I mean, I guess I could do streams on just doing that, although I'm not sure how exciting that is. Especially ones like this, or probably the worst one, the Tatooine balloon ride, if you've never heard of that one. So you go out to the Dune Sea, and in the lower southwest corner of the Dune Sea, there's a sand crawler. You climb up on that sand crawler, and a balloon will come by, and you can jump into the balloon basket, and then it's just a ride. There's nothing to do. And I think it takes, I'm trying to remember, it's somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes for the balloon to make a complete round trip all the way back to the sand crawler. But it's less than that to get up to the northwest corner, where you actually jump off the balloon on top of another sand crawler. Outside of somebody already being there and like using an ability like a leap or a pull, it's the only way to get up on that sand crawler. And so then you drop down on the sand crawler, and there's a Datacron there. There sometimes is a glitch and you'll fall through the bottom of the balloon, which means you have to run all the way back and wait for the balloon. But if you successfully make it out there, and then you drop down the sand crawler, there's a second Datacron on like a little platform halfway down the side of the sand crawler. So you walk up to the edge and you drop off. The most frustrating part of that is if you are on that edge and you just walk off, your momentum arc will carry you down past the ledge, and you'll go all the way to the ground and you can't get to it. And then you have to go all the way back out and ride the balloon again. The secret is twofold. You turn off your sprint, right? So that's going to slow me down, but then you hit the slash key. So look at the speed difference. Like as I walk up, that speed difference, the combination of those two will make it so that once you walk off the edge, let's see, can I make that jump? Let's go up here. Once you go off that edge, your momentum is slow enough that you'll actually drop down onto that platform. And then that'll make it so you can get the Datacron. But it is frustrating because if you miss, then you have to do the balloon ride again. Ugh. Oh, that's horrible jumping. Jeez. Let's get ourselves some space there. Oh, much like something like that, right? You just miss a jump. In this case, we just go back around and we can do it again. But if you have to ride the balloon again, it's horrible. Oh, okay. I remember this now. I think... yeah, I think I have to wait for that to come down. And then we jump up and ride that to here. And then I think we can make that jump. Now this is a case if you fall, which I just did. Not horrible. We want to try to get back there before... jeez. Probably should jump off my speeder to do this. let's do that. Make our jumping a little more precise. So if we give ourselves a good angle here, it'll give us a little bit more forgivability. Plus, we can use the beam to stop us. Now I'm pretty sure we can make that jump, if I remember right. It's been a while since I've gone and done all the datacrons. Once they made the datacrons legacy wide, you used to have to do them on every character. There we go. Which was horrible. Some of them are a little annoying. Some of them are easy. They're just out in the middle of the world. Now there's a chance this is just going to tell me I already have it. Yep, you're no longer able to access this datacron. There is, on some of the planets, there is a 5th datacron that is the matrix shard. We've talked about this before. So these little matrix shards, those you have to collect per character. All the other ones are legacy wide. So. All right, that was a time-consuming detour. Let's see if we can keep cranking here. If you are not good at jumping in this game, definitely some of the datacrons can be, we'll just say, highly annoying. Alright, don't see any new quests popping up, so we'll go ahead and head down, grab this one. And then probably quick travel out of here into the next, or back to our base, and then go pick up that quest that I still say it was in the wrong spot. The icon was in the wrong spot. Might be wrong. But I was standing right there looking at that wall of stuff I couldn't get over. Alright, so here's another. So he is a moving target, right? And I'm attacking him. He's not actually here on the server. On my client he is. But he's wandering around somewhere. There. Okay. So what happened there is he finally got, well, my range was able to, because I was hitting this. This only has a 4-meter range. So the server thought he was there. My client thought he was here. And so I couldn't attack him. So again, you know, there are annoyances. It's a bug, right? It's not game breaking. You know, we often classify bugs by severity. Something that's game breaking would be something like, I must click on this thing to make my mission work, and it doesn't work. Or, you know, something's completely not spawning. At launch, I think at launch, maybe in beta, but at launch, there was a bug on Coruscant where you had to collect these like ID chips or something like that. And they would spawn, but once one person picked them up, they would not respawn. And so basically you couldn't complete the quest. Now it was a side quest, so not a huge deal, but is that it? That's just all we had to do. Alright, well, while we're here, we'll look around. Yeah, I don't see anything in there. Now, how annoying is this going to be? Yeah, so these can get a little bit annoying. Like, we have to return to the guy, which means I can't really quick travel out of here. Yep. We can still quick travel. We'll just quick travel after we go and talk to the guy. But I prefer it when they basically stack all your turn-ins in one spot, right? Like, you know, he could have gave us the quest, but the quest could have been written as be like, you know, what did we collect something on that one, I think? Yeah, you know, supplies used, right? Collect the supplies and bring them back to this guy so he can put them to good use on the front line, or, you know, something along those lines that makes the turn in a little quicker. the travel like this annoys some players more than others. I don't mind too much. Depends on, do you concentrate more on the gameplay and time to play, or are you immersing yourself in the world and the experience, right? So obviously I talk a lot about the game mechanics and stuff like that, but when I'm playing for fun, you know, I try to get myself into the mindset.
I destroyed the rebels' supply cache.
Then we're one step closer to ending this pointless uprising. You've done the Empire a great service today. We may yet see this planet fall in line.
So in development terms, we often refer to it as either immersion or escapism. This idea that you enter the world and... Oh, see, there you go. See, this is moved back over here. But I think it's wrong. So here's another clue. Notice this is a side entrance, but here it's a north-south entrance. It also might be that there's an entrance here and an entrance here. So, like maybe this. Tunnels, fuel refinery, labor valley. Maybe one of these actually opens up out here. And so the game's getting confused because it's trying to calculate what's the closest entrance. And that's what it's coming up with. But I think it was down here to the south. So we're going to have to quick travel back either way. Do a little exploring here, see if we can figure out what's broken on this mechanic. Alright, let's go back in. Yep, still broken. Let's head over in that direction and see how good my memory is and see if we can find that entrance. Okay, so we want to cut down there. I'm pretty sure it was down here somewhere. And it might be that if we just drive in there far enough, it'll eventually show up, but we'll see what we can do. Alright, so let's talk about potential causes for this. Could be, no, it doesn't even make sense, like if it was total distance. Yeah, I'm not sure. I was going to propose that, like, well, maybe it's just linear distance or pathing distance of how it thinks you can get there. But that doesn't make any sense either, because if the real entrance is down here, that is both linearly distance and pathing distance closer. So, alright, well, let's see what we've got down here. So I don't see anything there. What does this give us? There you go. Alright, here's my hypothesis. So, this is where we came in. Because of the complexity of this system, right? There is an entrance here. And my gut would be it is this. Because it's east-west facing. Let's pop back outside here. Nope, no, now it's not doing it. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if I can get it to switch back. But it was east-west facing. And from here to get to here is far more direct than this path, right? To get all the way over to here. And so what the game was trying to calculate is which entrance is the easiest to get to where you want to go. That's my hypothesis, is that's what it's trying to do. Okay. So what do we have here? Capture a young, capture an elder, and capture a matriarch. Alright, well, we at least found it. Let's fight a couple of these guys, see if we got a bonus. This path seems big enough that if there is, we should be able to kill plenty of them. There is not. Unfortunately, yep, my speeder's not going to work, so we'll kind of look ahead here. And we'll just see what we can see. Don't think we're getting by that group, so. And there we go. We have lost connectivity to the server again. Do I still have you guys? Looks like it. Stream still says it's healthy. So it's about to boot us. There we go. Don't see any stream issues. Not sure what's going on server side today. It is definitely acting funky. We'll see if it lets us back in here. That's not a good side either. Nope, nope, maybe. Because if it did that to a bunch of people now what's happening is a whole bunch of people are all clicking on the, like, let me back in. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've been booted. I've gotten booted every once in a while. Last week I got booted once, which appeared to be for no apparent reason, but somebody else in my family was playing and they didn't get booted. But then they got booted during a fight. So we were fighting Revan, I think. And during the fight, he was fighting and they dropped a circle that you had to get out of, otherwise you're taking damage. And so I was like, dude, you need to get out of the circle. Dude, you need to get out of the circle. We were in different rooms, so we were on a mic. He wasn't responding, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I got disconnected. It's like, oh, okay. Alright, so that's probably for somebody else's quest down there. Probably the same thing there. Alright, so let's keep working our way across. The nice part is all of our cooldowns are now back since it took us so long to kill that one group. Alright, so we could probably run through some of these groups, I guess. But I don't know. It's a wash on whether it's faster. Can I get away from that one? Nope. I was trying to run away fast enough that they wouldn't see me. It did not work. Alright, I think we can go up that way. So, I tried to take a peek forward because well, we can use this rocket boost inside here if we get close enough to anybody and we go into combat. So we're gonna have to go into combat up here. As soon as I go into combat, oh, it ended. It'll just disable it. It's not like a normal speeder where on a normal speeder you can take shots and you'll still take the damage, but unless they knock you off your speeder, which can't happen, you stay on it. Whereas with the rocket boost, once you go into combat, it doesn't matter. It'll disable it. Not only will it do that, but if you're in a group and any member of your group goes into combat, it'll disable anybody who's using it. So, like if they're way ahead of you and you're trying to use it to catch up, and then they go into combat, it'll knock you off. Just the way it works. Okay. I think we're getting pretty close here. So I do try to look forward because it's like, this was a wall that I couldn't get by. I wouldn't want to use it because I'd go 10 meters and just get knocked off. But if it can get us far enough there we go. So we got a nice instance there. Notice I did it because my companion didn't exist in the world when I started that. So. All right, now in here there might be a bonus quest. Group up, You'll see that sometimes, once you get inside the instance. We'll see how natural this one is. We're just going to go around and we'll kind of fight the stuff that is naturally along the way. Do they spawn in? I didn't remember seeing some there. That'll make this bonus really easy. If when we fight these guys. So notice that, I can't bio-harvest a sentient being. That's just for creatures. So. There's who we're looking for. So I think we have to shot collar that one. There we go. 1 down. 2 to go. How many more do we need? 12 more. Oh, that's got a clicky. We'll definitely use that. I believe that one's a poison. Yep, so you can see it pretty much killed the group without us even attacking. So that is nice. Especially on classes that don't have really, really large area effect damage, right? Your melee classes oftentimes don't. Now your smuggler, your agents, they have some pretty crazy ones. I know the counselor and the inquisitor can have a nice big open room. Like it take this whole area, no problem. Mine's pretty small. The commando and mercenary are pretty much the same size. So they're all a little bit different. They play a little bit different. Not too bad. We're 2 in and we've gotten 12 out of 18. Only 6 left. So we're doing 6 per thing. So last time this guy spawned some bonuses. How'd they come? They come up out of the ground. That'll get us 3. I think we'll go ahead and probably go back and pull that spawn. Just so I know it's done. I would guess this quest is going to be like okay, now that you've done this thing, go back to somebody and talk to them like that. But never quite know, and it was worth 50,000 experience for completing it. Oh, jeez. Or if I just would have looked into where I need to go, there's 2 guys in there. And we would have been 1 short, so I don't feel as bad. Alright. Oh, there's more to do. That dude put his hands up. Alright, or this would have got us for us. Again, this is one of those if you know that the quest isn't going to end, you could have saved. Although we would have to go through that door we went through anyway, which means I would have had to kill that group anyway. My brain is always trying to figure out, like, is there a most efficient path, right? How can I do this with the least amount of backtracking or different things like that. Okay, trigger, there we go. You notice the quest icon popped up there on the map? So if we exit out of this, let's do that. There's going to be a way to start the thing back up here a little bit. So these are the ones that we've captured. Not sure who that's going to be. I will sometimes do this just to kind of get the feel or the lay of the land before we start the conversation. This must be who we're trying to draw out. Let's see, much answer for. Yeah, we'll give him a chance to. I can't remember if we're supposed to kill him or.
Keep talking, and the only quick death is gonna be theirs.
She disapproved, but she led them in.
I don't think scare tactics are working.
Why is there no dark for that?
Oops.
Please surrender before this turns into a bloodbath.
I suggest you shut up and kiss the dirt before they have another accident.
That's interesting. So, you'll see sometimes they'll do this with quests where there's a group, and depending on your answers, you can actually thin the group down to make the fight a little bit easier.
I'm not the one who should consider surrendering.
Also, we could go, and I'm sure there's different conversations for our different companions in this one as well.
This is gonna get ugly.
But there's even different based off of our answers there. You can spend like a half an hour, 45 minutes going through all the options and all the companions if it is something you're interested in. Oh, let's see.
Save your concern for yourself.
So these guys didn't put their guns down this time. So I'm guessing that if we would have taken and killed the hostage one, we wouldn't have had to fight those two guys. Now again, for the level of quest we're at, plus our level and gear, it really made no difference. Just means I had to use an area attack. But it does add some context. And we got a Underworld Syndicate plan, so there you go. Okay, let's see. Which one are we doing? This one? Nope. Which quest is this one? Queen's Ransom. How you capture influential leaders of the Corona Rebellion with their capture. Second representative Dr. wishes to be brought. For all their match for you. Okay. So they want to capture. I'm just curious.
You're not gonna die, but you'll beg. Anyone else feeling brave?
So it's more
Crawl
of a...
in the filth where you belong.
So it's not so much killing them. So oftentimes the dark side is killing them.
It's out of your hands now. Sleep tight.
That's interesting. What's the difference between that and this one?
There's only one place scrapping with the Empire gets you. Then, I'm sorry I have to do this. Nothing personal.
Yeah, I think all the options are going to lead to capture. Because that's...
There's only... You'll change your tune before the Sith are done with you.
Yeah,
Sleep tight.
Don't see an option that's going to get you to...
It's out of your hands now. Sleep tight.
But yeah, you'll see how different chains will get you to different... You're going to get to that spot no matter what, but... Oh, right. So we've got... Where do we have... Okay. So that's kicked us up to Axial Park to turn that one in. So let's go see what's left here in Labor Valley. But that might put us at the at the end. Now, something I have noticed, I'm going to do an experiment this time. I only play this character on streams. I do log into this character every day and cycle the companion quests. So I come in here and I'll just be like, okay, I run these slicing missions for the materials.
I can spare
So I do
time.
this every day, but I don't actually play the character off stream. But one of the things about the game is you get this rest experience. And when you're in your stronghold, let's see, which way do we need to go? We want to go that way. You'll gain rest experience. And it used to be that when you were logged off, you would actually gain that rest experience as well. But that seems to not be working right now. And so we're going to do an experiment because I think your ship is also, you're supposed to gain rest experience. So we're going to try this ship.
That was
this next time.
amazing. I saw the fires through my optics. Part of me still wishes we could have blown all the charges at once, but that... Corellian star drives won't be funneling any more money.
This demonstration will remind the other corporations to toe the line.
Politics is for the brass and the movers and shakers. I just blow up what they tell me to. You really pulled my fat out of the fire. You ever need some custom work done? I owe you.
So the rest experience, really the only thing it does for you is it doubles your XP off of things that you kill. It doesn't really do anything to these missions.
I cleared out the
and
Wookiees,
things.
Solonians, and Drow for you.
That you did. Just got word the goods made it to Tradix safely. Here's your cut, as promised. You certainly got away with those mongrels. Should have asked you to snag a few pelts while you were out there.
Haven't been paying attention to how much I'm getting paid. 18,000 for that one. 18,160. Yeah, it's the same. So it's kind of standardized. I didn't get any extra pay. All right, so we've got some more quests here. What are we looking at? Let's turn in our class quest next. If it's to Axial Park, we might call it here. If it's not, or if it's
the rebel
not,
weapon
we might
shipments
call
have
it
stopped
here.
permanently. The resistance is broken.
Good show. See what a little elbow grease can do, Major?
Can it, Darwin? Darth Decimus will want to hear this.
Major, Counselor, and my good friend. What news on the rebel supplies?
Destroyed, my lord. The resistance in Labor Valley is defeated.
That's not entirely accurate. Their weapons are in flames, but the rebellion here is still kicking.
I'm aware of their persistence, Counselor. Intelligence monitored the rebels' retreat. They slithered into the tunnels beneath Coronet City, like the worms they are.
What tunnels?
There's a network of underground pipelines. Rumor says they stretch kilometers beneath Coronet City. All of it, Solonian territory.
If those furry aliens are part of the resistance, we'll blast them off Corellia.
Patience, Major. The Solonians are fierce warriors. Those tunnels are their nest. Your men wouldn't survive 5 minutes.
You don't know the half of it. I've seen holos of a gang that attacked the tunnels. Clawed to pieces.
I've seen it all.
That's why you're the hotshot and I'm the public servant.
The rebels are down there collaborating with the Solonians. They're following the orders of Myrtle, a vicious warrior, and the Solonians' den mother. Her tunnels are the rebels' lifeline, moving troops and supplies beneath Coronet City. Take Myrtle's lair, and we'll fracture the rebellion.
Fine. What are your instructions?
March into the Solonian tunnels. Cut down the rebels and deal with Myrtle. Once you're in, Imperial forces will cut off their escape. As for you, Darwin, I require your unique perspective elsewhere. Take the first rocket tram to Axial Park. Wait my orders.
Right away, my lord. Corellia's Prime Minister-to-be is happy to serve.
The Empire's grip on Corellia is tightening. Crush the Solonians, and our victory will be that much closer.
All right, we may have run into a little bit of a pacing issue here. Yep, there we go. So we've already been here. So if we would have saved this quest, we could have done them both while we're down here. Let's go ahead and see what else we've got in this area. More Salonians. Yep. So, for whatever reason, we had this quest. Everything else was over here. So, what we really should have done is run over here, done all these quests, come back, turned everything in, and then done this, because our other quest has already kicked us up to Axial Park. Not a big deal. You know, we'll just have to backtrack a little bit, but let's see what Lord Valish has to say.
Flames called you here too, didn't they? Pity you missed the show. Our bombs plummeted in silence, then blossomed, giving birth to the magnificent inferno. I yearn for the flames' warm embrace. Instead, I can only watch the fire reduce the rebel factories to ash.
Yeah, I think she's a little crazy.
Few things are more satisfying than a raging fire.
Exactly. The blaze deserves our reverence. I came to nurse the inferno and watch the blaze consume the rebels. Sadly, the flames were denied their pleasure. Too many Corellians escaped the fire. Republic doctors treat them, poisoning the survivors against the Empire and fueling their rebellion.
That made my day.
It's not that bad. We simply must fan the flames of destruction. Crush the survivors, and the rebels will realize that defiance earns them death. I'd cast them into the Inferno myself, but the flames, so close, I'd never resist them. Perhaps you could fuel the blaze with the rebel blood.
No one will be left standing.
Good. Find their medical camp. Burn their resistance to the ground.
Yep, she's a little crazy. Alright, so that one's kind of on the way. Alright, so, like I said, we're going to go ahead and do ourselves an experiment here. Going to jump up to our ship here. And we'll take a look at how the rest system works. So the rest system, like I said, just gives you double experience towards the XP you get for killing enemies. And so that can be nice. We're so over leveled that it doesn't matter. So you notice the bar went from yellow to green. So we've got 37, 49. So this just accumulates. And over a week it should accumulate a lot. But what's been happening, at least as far as I can tell... Oh, Torian's got another conversation. Nothing for Galt. We'll go ahead and take care of our conversations here before we cut out today. Let's see, does Mako... Nothing for Sketch. Nothing for Mako. When you're... And it should happen even when you're logged out. It's not just something... Now, it's designed for the cantina, but your stronghold used to count. And it does while you're standing there, much like here on the ship. And so what we're going to do is we're going to log off on the ship instead and just see if it accumulates while we're not logged in to the character. Again, not that it's going to matter. We're going to level cap out at 80 probably before we finish Corellia, which in the original game was about level 50. That's where you're supposed to be. All right, let's see what Torian has to say here.
Made contact with some of my cousins. It's strange, but a start.
You've got the makings of a strong leader.
Old man left me something. Got a lot to learn before I try leading a clan. Fighting alongside Mandalore's chosen can't hurt.
So you notice that, that didn't do anything. We still have, our 398, 400 or something rest experience. So. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Like I said, I'm just going to log this character out here. Before we do, just as a quick reminder, we live stream from 10 to 2 Pacific time every Saturday. I'm playing the Old Republic here. We play for a charity called Extra Life. Extra Life links up streamers and gamers. We play for donations. You go to the Extra Life webpage or follow my link in the chat or the description below, and you'll find my page. This is my 4th year of participation. Click the donate button. You can do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. And all that money goes directly to the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Different streamers do different ones. Mine's Phoenix Children's. So that's where it goes. There's also links up there that kind of explain where the money goes, what they do with the money. But mostly it's to help, sick kids and their families who need medical treatment that may not be able to afford it, and research, and they do some other things as well. So definitely a great cause. If you can't donate, that's fine. You can do other things to help support the cause. Like this video, subscribe, share this stuff, share my link, my donation link to other people, share it on your social media, give it to your friends. If you know somebody who does like to donate to causes like this, get them. The more the merrier. The more people that see it, the more money we can make for the hospitals and help change the health of kids. So till next week, take it easy, go watch, play, or create something great. See ya.